Good evening, everyone. This June 25th regular meeting, number 22 of the Fairfax County School Board will now come to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, a moment of silence, and the performance of the national anthem by the Thomas Jefferson High School for Science and Technology Clarinet Choir under the direction of Adam Foreman. Thank you all. What a lovely rendition, and thank you for spending your first days of summer break with us. We appreciate that very much. In order to comply with Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia, it is necessary for the Board to certify that since the Fairfax County School Board convened a closed meeting on June 25, 2015, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the Board during the closed meeting. Is there a motion? Made by Ms. Smith, seconded by Ms. Strauss. All those in favor? That would be Moon, Reed, McElveen, Smith, Darnat, Koufax, Velkov, Stork, Strauss, Evans, and Ms. Schultz. Abstentions? Ms. McLaughlin with with Pat away from the table. Thank you. All right. Announcements. Before I begin the announcements, our student representative is not here, who usually tells me, are there Boy Scouts in the audience tonight? Oh, there's some. All right. We've got some over there too. Just can you tell us in your loudest voice where troop you're from and what badges you're working on? Thank you. And over here? And you in the green? Thank you. Welcome to our meeting tonight. We appreciate you all being here. Thank you so much. And I understand we have a former school board member in our audience, too, Steve Hunt and Michelle. If you A few announcements before we begin tonight's meeting. If you would like to review a copy of the agenda and any agenda item that is being discussed tonight, that information is on the table by the auditorium entrance. You may access tonight's meeting agenda and related meeting documents by going to the FCPS website, selecting School Board, and then upcoming meetings and agendas. The meeting is also being streamed live on the FCPS website homepage. Click on Watch School Board Live. I ask you to please turn off or silence your cell phones. And as you can see, we have a full agenda this evening. And I just want to remind those in attendance that this is the board's business meeting and everyone should act with respect for each other and for all of those present. Please refrain from outbursts or cheering. It is not really appropriate in this context. If the board is not able to conduct our business in an orderly fashion, we will then ask security to escort those out who are causing a disruption out of the auditorium. Please do not approach the dais. While the public is invited to listen to tonight's proceedings, we ask that you not interrupt our meeting. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I next call on Mr. Stork for a resolution honoring somebody we wish was not leaving.
Thank you, Ms. Chairman. It is absolutely my pleasure to honor an individual I've had the opportunity of working with for about half my term on the school board, somebody who has made a tremendous difference for the communities that I serve, as well as for the children and parents and really community itself that we are a part of. Debbie, Ms. Tyler, would you mind coming to the podium so we can properly recognize you? I know you're used to being in a position where you are talking to many, and in this case you're talking to hundreds, but for all the right reasons. In this case, it's really our opportunity to honor you for your years of service, tens of years of service to Fairfax County Schools, but I'd like to particularly note the last really 5 or 6 years that we've had an opportunity to work together, and not only myself, but obviously other board members here who've been part of that. It has been absolutely one of the best relationships I've had of anyone that I've served with on as part of my service to the schools and to the school board. Not only because of what you've brought to every one of those conversations and what you've brought to the position, but I would say what I think is kind of the classic part of Debbie Tyler, which is you can take maybe the elementary school principal out of, so you can leave elementary school, but you can't really take the elementary school principal out of Debbie Tyler because that has been your approach. And I mean that in terms of the warmth and caring and compassion, commitment, and really your collective and collaborative style. And I'm going to read a resolution here that I think describes some of that, but I wanted to at least put some of my own personal feelings behind that and share what we've done so successfully together, I believe. And I know we have some of the things that we've worked most successfully on that are just coming to fruition with a few of our schools this year, but regardless, it's clearly the product of yours and many other labor, but product that I know you spent many, many late, long hours, and you've sacrificed much personally, which is part of why I recognize you're doing this now to try to achieve some bigger and better things for yourself, which you should, but it's one that we equally owe you a great deal of debt and thanks, and mostly the students that you've had a pleasure of making a difference for deserve that the most, so to thank you the most. So without further ado, whereas Deborah L. Tyler has served Fairfax County Public Schools for 29 years with excellence and dedication, effectively and energetically representing the interests of students, staff, schools, and diverse communities in a variety of positions, including special education teacher at Bucknell Elementary School, special education and general education teacher, assistant principal, and principal of Pine Spring Elementary School, principal of Eagle View Elementary School, Cluster 4 Director and Assistant Superintendent, and most recently, Region 3 Assistant Superintendent. And whereas as principal of Pine Spring Elementary School, Ms. Tyler's support of the pursuit of academic excellence resulted in a 12-point school-wide achievement index gain, the largest of all Project Excel schools. During her tenure, Pine Springs Elementary School also earned the Distinguished Title I School Award from the Virginia Department of Education, and Ms. Tyler was awarded the Milken Family Foundation National Educator Award. And whereas in her position as Cluster 4 Assistant Superintendent, Ms. Tyler championed the Cluster 4 Literacy Leaders Initiative to close the literacy gap in all Cluster 4 schools. She worked collaboratively with her colleagues and shared practices and techniques to expand Cluster 4 instructional programs and improve student achievement. And whereas Ms. Tyler, in her leadership as the Region 3 Assistant Superintendent, fostered the tenets of professional learning communities and encouraged all Region 3 school and pyramid teams to collaborate, exchange ideas, and share strengths in order to create the best learning environment possible for all Region 3 students. Whereas Ms. Tyler's compassion, enthusiasm, and unwavering commitment to improve the quality of public education in Fairfax County inspired her colleagues to develop initiatives to enhance student performance and achievement and to strive for excellence in the classroom. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fairfax County School Board extends its highest commendation and deepest appreciation to Deborah L. Tyler for her inspirational leadership and outstanding service to Fairfax County Public Schools and for her unwavering dedication to students, teachers, and administrators. I so move.
Thank you.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Smith. All those in favor? It is unanimous.
I would like to invite Ms. Tyler, friends, family, colleagues to come forward for the risers for photographs with the board and presentation of the clock and framed resolution, and then we'll give you a chance to tell us what we did right? No.
So I would like to take a little bit of time this evening to share some of my insights of my 29 years in glorious Fairfax County Public Schools. So, honorable school board members and distinguished leadership team, I have spent the last few months since my decision to retire trying to absorb and reflect on all that is FCPS. The common thread that I heard over and over again through award ceremonies, high school graduations, and in each of my 44 schools and throughout the district was the importance of story. Story is our most fundamental pre-K through adult method of teaching that begins when a parent first holds their child and transcends to our schools and throughout our lives. What was the story behind the student who faced seemingly insurmountable obstacles, but who somehow triumphantly walked across the stage to receive that coveted diploma? What were the stories behind our Teacher of the Year, Principal of the Year, and Support Employee of the Year? There are incredible stories throughout our district that reside in each and every one of us that can serve to build on the greatness that is FCPS. Our story is being continuously rewritten and based on our shifting demographic and through opportunities that challenge us. My story begins through a loving extended family who valued education, even though the opportunity for themselves was limited and sometimes not accessible. A family who was determined to provide the foundation for the betterment of each subsequent generation. When I came to FCPS as a special education teacher in 1986, no one could have convinced me that I would be standing before you today as an assistant superintendent. But this is a reflection of what makes FCPS so great. It is an organization that attracts those with innate and sometimes not realized talent and allows them to soar. I have witnessed this for myself time and time again with others. When I left my immediate family, FCPS adopted me, nurtured me, and allowed me opportunities that helped me reach my potential and change my life. FCPS, you are a changer and an opportunity giver. So as I walk away today, I want to leave some whereases with you. Whereas, knowing that our greatness lies in our people, we must continue to honor and acknowledge every individual from custodians, bus drivers, teachers, and administrators to build and maintain our collective good. Whereas, in recognizing that we have the power to touch and change lives, our approach must always be humanistic. It is the human factor and humanity of our work that makes it most difficult, yet brings so much joy. Whereas, we acknowledge that we must always base our decisions with an open mind and an open heart, not just for the benefit of a selected few, but for your most vulnerable and for the good of the collective whole. Whereas, I can now comfortably and confidently walk away with the knowledge and self-assurance in knowing that you will continue to keep the main thing, the best interests of all students, teachers, and staff. Thank you, FCPS, for allowing me to touch my passion.
Ms. Tyler, you've moved yourself from the podium over there, but I do have some. I think some of our board members have things to say, but I will start. I started with Debbie Tyler when she was the cluster director when I first got on the board. And I was so impressed with your knowledge of the region. understanding the diverse needs of our students, knowing what needed to happen and how it needed to happen, and basically your passion for your work. I was thrilled to see your efforts rewarded for your career growth and your positive changes that you brought to the schools and for our students. I so enjoyed working with you over these last 4 years, and I have learned so much from you, Debbie. I truly have. But as we know, all good things must come to an end, and with you retiring, new adventures await you. I know your new adventures will rejuvenate you, bring you new challenges, and continue to light that passion that everybody sees when they're with you and when they speak to you. I want you to stay in touch, and I am most looking forward to my invitation to celebrate when we can all call you Dr. Tyler. Dr. Garza.
Okay, this could be a little difficult for me. I've grown, just in these 2 short years, I've grown so fond of Debbie. First of all, for the person that she is, but also certainly for the professional that you are and the leader. So we're very sad to be losing you, Debbie, but we're very happy for you and congratulate you on this important step in your life. But I will tell you that we're deeply grateful for her dedication, her service, and the children that we serve and the impact that you had in our schools. Debbie's a very talented and dedicated school leader, and we admire her for these great skills. But I will tell you what I admire most about Debbie is her heart, because she's always been an ardent champion for children, and particularly for the students that need us the very most. And I've always shared that with her, but I've always respected that about her. So we wish you the very best, Debbie. We thank you. Your legacy in FCPS will be lasting, and certainly will continue to have a positive impact on our schools and our children. And I will tell you, as Mr. Stewart pointed out, some of that, the work I've seen you initiate and implement and impact is already starting to pay off in very big ways, and that will continue. So I know that you can continue to look back with pride on the work that you've done in the school system, and know that it's going to continue to do great things for children in the school system. So we wish you the very, very best in all that you do, and don't ever forget you're part of FCPS's family, and we welcome the opportunity to see you here and there and learn about the great work that you continue to do to impact and support other future leaders throughout the country. So thank you, Debbie.
Mr. Moon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just something very brief to note. For those of my colleagues who may not remember this, and also those in the audience and members in the public who are watching us on TV, that when we, Fairfax County Public Schools, open a new school, we pick the very best administrator to lead the school. When Eagle View was opened, it was none other than Debbie Tyler. That's how I got to know her pretty well at the time. I did talk to many members, many parents in the Eagle View community, because I know quite a lot in the Eagle View community, and they had a tremendous respect and praise for you.
Ms. Strauss.
I knew Debbie back when you were at Pine Springs, and just a remarkable principal. And I remember you helped with the retreat one year with the school board, and we were so impressed with what you had done at Pine Springs and the recognition and the tremendous work in helping the students there who did need a lot of extra tender loving care, and you gave it. And when we moved to the clusters situation, you were one of the first people that came to mind. Yes, this is a true educational leader who knows how to help all children succeed well. So we were all delighted when you were willing to step forward then, and you stepped forward many more times. But an outstanding educator, tremendous example of what a caring and very intelligent educator can accomplish with our children who, as Dr. Garza has said, with our children who need us the most. Thank you, Debbie.
Ms. McLaughlin.
While I didn't have the pleasure of working directly with Debbie and with my schools, I did have an opportunity to interface with her when it involved some other issues, and I greatly appreciated the warmth and the professionalism that you brought in all of our interactions together. And in listening tonight to my colleagues and Dr. Garza, I just simply want to add my deep appreciation to you for 29 years of touching so many lives, not just our children, but all the employees who got to work with you and in support of the great work you were trying to do for our schools. You will be dearly missed. But we also hope that, as Ms. Derenak-Koufax noted, that your next journey in life will bring you even greater joy because you've brought so much joy to our school system.
Anyone else? Mr. Volkov.
Hello, soon to be Dr. Tyler. As I reflect on your service, we kind of came in at the same time, you as the region superintendent and I as a board member. And I think actually you have the hardest job in Fairfax County Public Schools. When I look at the schools in your region, I saw a list the other day of the schools that have accreditation issues, and I think a majority of them are in Region 3. And it concerns me for a couple of reasons. I have a couple of concerns. First of all, that we burn you out, and we burn out the people that are reporting to you. And the state has set up sort of a perverted accountability system that works against the people who want to work with the children who have the greatest needs, as you have worked in your career. Your predecessor told me that one of the most difficult problems that we had in Fairfax County Public Schools was attracting and retaining the best educators and principals in the region. And it's understandable why that would be, right? If our accountability system is based on measures that do nothing more than simply reflect the socioeconomic challenges in those schools, then how are the actual efforts of you and your colleagues and all of the educators, how are those seen? How are those rewarded? Why would one want to go into that? So I'm sorry I'm going off on a tangent, but I know this is something that you and I have talked about passionately. And I think as a board that we have very important work to do to advocate with our legislature, our state legislature, the Congress. I hope the public who is here will help recognize that there is a great need for reform of the accountability system, which is creating what I regard as essentially perverse incentives. So I hope that you, as you go forward, Dr. Tyler, that you will help us, help to educate the folks in the room and help us to educate our legislatures so that we can bring about these changes so we don't burn out people like you and we get the young teachers and the quality teachers and principals to want to be in your region and flourish there. So I thank you very much for your service.
Ms. Schultz.
You are about to be a very lucky man, because I'm sure that we have taken more than our share of this lovely lady in the last 29 years. I think you get the next 29 exclusively. Congratulations, and we're going to miss you.
Mr. McElveen.
So, Debbie, I think this is a very sad night for all of us, but clearly you've made such a big impact on our community, which is why such a big crowd has come out for you tonight. But I will say, you know, my observations of having worked with you over the past few years is that you have really put your heart into everything you do. The public doesn't realize how much time you or any of us put into the work that we do. You know, you're out there on weekends, on weeknights very late, trying to support a community that very much needs you as a leader, and that's been very admirable. I will also say that you are a very no-nonsense person. You do things very quietly, but you get them done. And I think that's the kind of leader that all of us can aspire to be. You aren't a show woman, and I think we can all admire you for that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. We wish you all the best. Please stay in touch. We next have another resolution, and this is Agenda Item 2.05, a resolution naming the interior courtyard at Freedom Hill Elementary School, and I call on Ms. Reed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will ask Ms. Diane Gerdek to come to the podium, please. And while she's doing that, I'll speak a little bit. Can one person make a difference? Just ask the Freedom Hill community. Diane Gerdek has served as one of the most passionate advocates for the Freedom Hill community. She's responsible for bringing a vast array of improvements to the school, as well as opportunities for students and families. Her leadership, passion, and commitment have proven invaluable over her many years at Freedom Hill. I've worked with Diane since 2009 when I joined the board. She is tenacious and committed to push for what is right, fair, and best for Freedom Hill students, parents, and staff. Well, what has she done? What influence has she had? In addition to being a mom of 4 children, she has, I actually asked for the committees and the contributions, and there are 3 pages of them here since 2004, so I'll just share a few. Spirit Day, fundraiser, Spaghetti Night Dinner auction, box tops for education, PTA treasurer, president. Oh, let's see, 6th grade representative, chess club liaison, 5K pumpkin run, skate night, variety show, faculty basketball game, before and after school activities coordinator, 5K run, variety show, landscape committee, before and after school activities. Everybody getting tired yet? Newsletter, it goes on and on. So, this lady is really a superwoman. I don't know how she does it with 4 children, but she is so dedicated, and I want to thank her personally for her sustained, tireless support on behalf of the Freedom Hill community. And Diane, I'll be seeing you at Kilmer and Marshall. I would ask that at this point I get to read the resolution. That was just my words. Now I'll read the official words, and then we'll get some folks up for some pictures. Whereas Diane Gerdek, a parent in the Freedom Hill Elementary School community from 2002 through 2015, was an active member of the PTA and a constant presence at the school. She performed countless hours of volunteer service, tirelessly working in support of improving the school, increasing resources, and strengthening the Freedom Hill community. Whereas, while her 4 children attended Freedom Hill, Ms. Gerdek served as PTA treasurer for 3 years and president for 7 years. Member of numerous other committees, she helped to organize fun runs, bingo nights, and faculty basketball games, and coordinated before and after school activities and holiday events. And whereas Ms. Gerdek's success at expanding PTA fundraising efforts enabled Freedom Hill to prosper as the PTA increased its contribution of school resources, including the purchase of smart boards, sports equipment, and a new sound system. Through Ms. Gerdek's efforts and PTA financial support, Freedom Hill was able to implement its science, technology, engineering, art, and math program. And there's more. Whereas Ms. Gerdek was involved in the planning of the recent renovation of Freedom Hill, she worked to obtain PTA funding for the new school marquee, the enhancement of the school playground, and the beautification of the grounds. She encouraged the restoration of the interior courtyard for use as an outdoor classroom and an area of respite for staff. And whereas the naming of the Freedom Hill Elementary School interior courtyard in honor of Ms. Gerdek and her family will be an enduring tribute to her many contributions to Freedom Hill and her untiring commitment to its improvement. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fairfax County School Board names the interior courtyard at Freedom Hill Elementary School the Diane Gerdek and Family Courtyard in honor of Ms. Gerdek's many years of selfless commitment to the school, and to recognize the exemplary standard that she set regarding volunteering and support of the public school education of all children. I so move.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Schultz. All those in favor? And the vote is unanimous. Congratulations.
Family, friends, and colleagues, come on down for a picture. Family, friends, colleagues, PTA, officers, come on down.
Everyone look right here. Count three. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations. Thank you. Yeah, we'll do it again. There you go. Everyone look right here. Count three. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
Next, we move on to our agenda item number 3, 3.01, citizen participation. In accordance with the board's policy, a maximum of 10 speaker slots are available on a first-come, first-served basis for every regular meeting. In addition, up to 5 video submissions may be accepted in advance. The school board will not hear personal attacks on any person, complaints regarding individual students, or school-based employees, and they should be directed to the appropriate school principal or the school official. Tonight, we have 10 speakers plus 5 video submissions. Each speaker is allotted 3 minutes to speak. I ask that each speaker please limit your remarks to no more than those 3 minutes, and I will strictly adhere to this 3-minute time limit. When the buzzer sounds, please exit the podium for your time is up. The 10 speakers are Avon Kelly, Bennett Shoup, Stephen Gold, Laura Hanford, Thomas Valentine, Marianne Vikener, Emma Chatton, Stephen Hunt, Todd Sedmak, and Rodney Brisson. Starting with Avon Kelly.
Good evening. My name is Avon Kelly. I've been an FCPS student since kindergarten, and I just finished my sophomore year in high school. I'd like to speak about the potential additions to the FLE curriculum regarding sexuality and gender identity. The reason why so many LGBT people face disproportionate rates of mental illness and other health issues is solely because we face so much negativity and erasure and abuse from society. Teaching that LGBT identities are normal and valid is crucial to the mental and emotional health of LGBT students. By providing tolerance-based education, we can create a school environment with much less identity-based bullying and harassment. Now, LGBT students will be able to figure out and be comfortable with their identities at a much earlier age, and with much less heartache, confusion, and self-loathing that my peers and I have faced trying to figure out our identities. Research shows that LGBT youth who have an environment where their identities are validated and respected face much lower risks of mental health problems and other health problems. LGBT inclusive education will help foster an environment where LGBT students can feel respected and secure in their identities and will thus live happier and healthier lives. Furthermore, the fact remains that if any parent that if these changes do pass, any parent who does not want their child attending these lessons will be able to opt their child out of these lessons. However, if these changes do not pass, any parent who wants their child to learn these lessons but is unable to teach these lessons themselves will not be able to opt their child into these lessons. And besides, there's nothing wrong with offering information to students. In fact, it's beneficial to offer as much information on as many topics as possible, especially considering the fact that conversations about sexuality and gender identity are already occurring among students in middle school and sometimes even earlier. I believe that education leads to understanding, which leads to acceptance. And through an emphasis on tolerance, these lessons will teach students how to give LGBT people and identities the understanding and respect they deserve. Providing accurate information about gender identity and sexual orientation diversities will help ensure students have a broad understanding of the world and all of its diverse peoples, and will help inform students' decisions about how they will choose to interact with and shape their world both during their school years and as they move forward into adulthood. Above all else, I see this as a students' rights issue. This is about LGBT students' rights to be able to understand themselves and feel safe and included in their classrooms. This is about all students' rights to be able to learn about important, relevant topics, to be able to form their own opinions on these topics. This is about our right as students to a broad, thorough, and inclusive educational experience. So please, give us the education we deserve. Thank you.
Bennett Shoup, followed by Stephen Gold.
I would like to begin by thanking you for allowing me as a youth to represent myself and other youths. Personally, I identify as a gay male and someone who is gender nonconforming, and it hasn't been easy. When I came out in 7th grade, which I should now mention is the average coming out age, my peers had little grasp of the concept and were quite cruel to me. I was verbally and even physically harassed due to my appearance and sexual orientation. Not only was I receiving this feeling of hatred from outside, but from within as well. I had not been exposed to the necessary knowledge that I needed about my homosexuality, even though I came from a supportive background. I can only imagine what an LGBTQ+ child from an unsupportive background would feel. I would expect that since they had not had effective education on the subject, they would safely try to change something about themselves that they would not be able to change. And science does agree that conversion therapy is ineffective and detrimental to mental health. For my lack of acceptance and loneliness, due to the fact that I thought I was alone in my sexuality, I tried to end my life twice. I firmly believe that if in 7th grade I had been given a lesson on sexual orientation and gender identity, both I and my peers would have been more accepting of LGBTQ+ students. And had that happened, I would not have to be standing here tonight telling you that I tried to kill myself. Please don't let another young gay teen try to do the same. Knowledge is power, and with this implemented in 7th and 8th grade, knowledge could become acceptance too. If we are a community that prides ourselves on acceptance and diversity, we need to teach everyone about everyone. And that includes the LGBTQ+ community. If homophobia and hatred is taught, then acceptance, understanding, and kindness can be taught as well. And I believe that that is what the addition of LGBTQ+ information into 7th and 8th grade FLE and health classes would accomplish. As sadly we have seen by what has been said by those opposed to the changes, the proposed addition to the curriculum is not only right, but necessary to prevent the spread of more intolerance and hatred. Thank you.
Stephen Gold, followed by Laura Hanford.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Gold. I'm an attorney with my own law practice here in Fairfax County, and I have 2 daughters that went through the Fairfax County public school system. I am also a member of the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Fairfax, and for a number of years I've been a facilitator for the Our Whole Lives, or OWL class, that is part of the children's religious education program at UUCF. OWL is a human sexuality curriculum that was developed as a joint project by the Unitarian Universalists and the United Church of Christ. The OWL program starts in the 1st grade, has an elementary school module, a module for 8th grade, and high school. There are also separate modules for young adults and mature adults, although we are not currently offering them. The OWL curriculum, while it teaches anatomy and physiology, emphasizes values and relationships. At the high school level, we get into issues such as what is consent, date rape, and how to get in and out of relationships. We also teach that LGBT people are normal within the spectrum of human development and are worthy of our acceptance and respect. Our students are encouraged to explore their own gender identity and to talk about it openly in class. In fact, there is no subject that is off limits, and the students know that their privacy will be protected. We do not share their comments with the parents unless we perceive that a particular student's safety is at risk. Many parents have told us that the class has had a positive and lasting effect on their children's lives. I understand that the Fairfax County Public School System covers a much wider range of viewpoints than we have at UUCF, and that the school board must respect those other points of view when contemplating changes in the family life education curriculum. Nevertheless, I believe that we are doing our children a disservice by shielding them from information about LGBT people and other issues of gender identity. I constantly hear from my students what they are not allowed to talk about in their FLE classes, and that has made the county program subject to ridicule. That should not happen. When the overwhelming consensus of the scientific community is that LGBT people are normal within the spectrum of human development, Fairfax County should not find itself an outlier when it comes to recognizing this principle. I believe that the FLE-CAC report is an important first step in bringing that program into the 21st century. Thank you.
Laura Hanford, followed by Thomas Valentine.
Thank you. I'm Laura Hanford. I'm a mother of 5 with my oldest in 7th grade. My husband and I have a combined 3 decades of government work in human rights. We've written laws ourselves, so we're very familiar with process, which is my focus tonight. First, this vote is not about bullying or hatred. Every child is precious and equally deserving of our protection. You've already told us you're watching out for our kids at risk, which you should be. Secondly, I'm wearing red because I believe in a God who loves us and gives us good gifts of sexuality and gender. But whether we're wearing red or purple tonight, we're all here because we love our kids. So let me get to the real point, and that is process. That has been profoundly flawed from the beginning, culminating in, I am sad to say, outright deceit by this advisory committee, this school board, and this administration. In 30 of the busiest days of the year, you presented us with a curriculum so extreme on gender and sexuality that it offended families and people of faith across the county. Your own directives on community engagement say that your desired outcome is that stakeholders feel a part of the solution. Is this a room full of satisfied stakeholders? No. By statute, the Committee on Family Life must demonstrate broad community representation, and yet public comments show that over 90% of your community oppose this curriculum. The makeup of your committee was the exact opposite. 90% voted for it. So the new curriculum was then presented to the public on the grounds that it aligns with Virginia state health standards. A statement this school board has widely circulated, as has this administration, in all its official communications. So with this in mind, I'm a research freak. I researched all these statutes. Is there teaching on gender constructs in the state health SOLs, or mandatory instruction on dating, relationships, and family morals, or on family structure and roles? It's not there. Sure, there's plenty of benign, even good material in this new health curriculum, but none of those controversial new teachings are there. They're not even addressed. Ironically, on every controversial new measure that you're adding, either to health or family life, you are so far out of sync with the new health standards that we align better with those standards now Then we will if you pass these recommendations. But the most troubling aspect of this is that you tried to pass these new measures under false pretenses. This is a breach of public trust. We deserve better. We deserve to be told the truth, and we are the rightful shapers of our parents' instruction. You are here to assist us in that, not usurp that position. So I'm asking you, keep your word and keep these recommendations in alignment. And secondly, start over with a process that engages and respects everyone. And might I suggest you begin with a moral code we can all support. Tell the truth.
Next up is Thomas Valentine, followed by Marianne Vickener.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening. I'm a 21-year-old college student. I'm born and raised here in the county. So here we are again, and the board is appears poised to ram through more radical policy changes. But before you do, I have two questions. Number one, who wrote or is writing the objectives regarding gender identity and sexual identity? Is it doctors or scientists? If it was, they would tell you that gender dysphoria is a debilitating mental disorder. They would tell you that the belief that one is the wrong sex or born in the wrong body is just like the belief of an anorexic girl that she is fat. They would tell you that the idea that one is the wrong gender or gender fluid is a false belief that needs to be contained and eliminated, not acted upon and lived by. They would tell you that those who identify as transgender are more likely to commit suicide and suffer other mental health problems even after gender reassignment, because it masked and even encouraged the underlying mental disorder. So if these facts are not included in the new objectives, it means that doctors and scientists certainly didn't write them, but simply ideologues who want to force their beliefs onto the children of the county. Number two, who asked for these changes? It certainly wasn't the Department of Education, because even the FLE fact sheet on the FCPS website admits that the Department of Education does not explicitly use these terms, sexual identity and transgender, and that FCPS is operating under its own autonomy here. Let's be honest. And it definitely wasn't the parents, because according to the FLE public comment summary, 435 commenters oppose these changes compared to 54 supporting them. So I must conclude that the only people who want these changes are ideologues who want to force their beliefs onto children. I am here today not because of intolerance or animosity, but out of compassion, because I personally struggle with a debilitating mental illness. It's not similar in content to gender dysphoria, but it is similar in its MO. The disorder makes my mind believe something that isn't true about myself and about my environment. So I think I know what it's like to struggle with these things, and I've certainly met people who have struggled with these things. So I don't want anybody here to believe that me or anybody else here is acting out of hatred. My struggle with mental illness is ongoing and will last the rest of my life. So again, believe me when I tell you that I'm not trying to stigmatize or demonize anybody. I want the best for everybody. It breaks my heart, sincerely, it breaks my heart that so many transgender people commit suicide or suffer other mental health problems after a lifetime of suffering because their underlying problems were encouraged and not solved. I do not want Fairfax County schools contributing to this epidemic by acting out of a false sense of compassion and presenting transgenderism and gender fluidity as normal and healthy and as things to be explored. They are not. The science says so. Please reject these unscientific ideas. Please do not force them onto the children of Fairfax County. Thank you.
Marianne Vickener.
Yes. Good evening. I'm Marianne Vickener, and I've been an FCPS parent since 1994 through last week when my daughter graduated from Fairfax High School. I'm here to thank you and to make a request. First, thank you for adding sexual orientation last fall and gender identity this spring to the non-discrimination policy. It has been nearly 20 years since I first spoke to the school board to ask that sexual orientation be added to both the non-discrimination policy and the anti-harassment policy. I also want to thank you and FLECAC for the proposed changes to FLE related to gender identity. All of these changes are good for the students and for the staff. Now my request. Many community members worked tirelessly way back then for the changes related to the inclusion of sexual orientation in the anti-harassment policy, also known as anti-bullying. Please allow me to tell you a story about what happened after that change was made. I'm now quoting from my statement to the school board from March 21st, 2002. After you made the change in the SR&R, I could hardly wait for my 7th grade son to bring home his copy at the start of this school year. I was probably driving him crazy saying, "Did you have the SR&R presentation today?" Finally, one day the answer was yes. So, my son knew why I was excited. I needed to know that the addition really did happen, that the kids really were told that it's not okay to harass someone about sexual orientation. So here's how the conversation went. "So, how did it go?" My son said, "They didn't even mention it." "What?" "Well, they mentioned it after I asked about it." "What?" "The guy going over the SR&R changes just clicked right past that slide." "What slide?" "Well, the one that had sexual orientation on it. He just clicked right through it, so I raised my hand," 7th grade boy. "Wasn't there a change on that page?" He clicked back and said, "Oh yeah, the bullying part," and he clicked on. So I had to ask again. "No, I mean a change in the harassment stuff." Then he went back again and pointed it out, but he didn't explain what it meant or even say the words sexual orientation. Now me. So let me get this straight. The person doing the overview of changes to the SR&R didn't say anything at all about it not being okay to call someone this slur or that slur or even "that's so gay." Right. Great. What do I need to do now? I believe that counselor doing the presentation had good intentions. What he didn't have was the help in knowing what to say and how to say it. Good people remain silent at times because they are at a loss for words. I'm asking you and Dr. Dr. Garza, to help school system employees learn how to intervene and model respect for all students. Okay, end of story. I hope my point is clear. Policy is ineffective without implementation. Let's make sure our staff is well trained for these changes. Thank you.
Emma Chatton, followed by Stephen Hunt.
Carl Rogers said, "The only one who is truly educated is the one who has learned how to learn and to change." My name is Reverend Emma Chatton. I am part of a global denomination, Metropolitan Community Churches, and I am a member of MCC of Northern Virginia, a spiritual community for all people, no exceptions, no kidding. I also co-facilitate Fourth Friday, a closed group for the parents and guardians of transgender expansive children, tweens, teens, and young adults. So while I stand here alone, I speak with the hopes this evening of many people, mothers, fathers, students, folks who wish to move forward toward a more inclusive and civil society. No exceptions, no kidding. The proposed changes to the family life curriculum will begin the process of doing just that. There has always been diversity in human society, and sadly, the response has often been to exclude, either overtly or simply by a lack of acknowledgement. The person is no longer seen as belonging, and thus begins the process of prejudice, fear, hate, separation, distance, exclusion, and eventually elimination. Stephen Bresford, writer of the movie Pride, has said, "Prejudice can't survive proximity." And what Fairfax County Public Schools has sought to do throughout its history is to bring diverse people together in a positive learning environment. Education should lift the society together. The component of change and growth in education is important. We used to believe that the world was flat. And so, as our knowledge evolves and our awareness of the world around us becomes more complete, so it is essential for our school systems to keep up, to teach fact and not belief. This is how we educate great thinkers, and the facts support this change. Let's not make this a proxy issue regarding any other disagreements, and let's acknowledge there is choice in this matter. Parents can opt out. This should make the discussion and work here much less contentious because disagreement, for whatever reason, should not deny the availability of this information to those who want it. Inclusive information that may be significant to the education and the lives of others. This is freedom, what I hold most dear. Finally, as a long-term resident of Fairfax County, I have an interest in our educational system, even though I have no children in the system, because the children that you educate today will help build the future that my wife and I will live in tomorrow and grow old in. So as a community, we all reap the benefits of the Fairfax County school system, and I am grateful for its reputation as a leader and one of the best in this country. May it continue to be so.
Stephen Hunt, followed by Todd Sedmak.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, Superintendent Garza, I am Steve Hunt, a former member of this board, and before that, a chairman of the School Health Advisory Committee and a member of the Family Life Education Curriculum Advisory Committee, and currently am a qualified instructor in the FLE curriculum taught in Prince William and Fauquier counties. The Code of Virginia gives parents the right to opt out of the FLE curriculum, regardless of what you call it, even if the new name is the health curriculum. By moving elements of the FLE curriculum into other areas, and if you intend to comply with the law, then you are actually opening the entire health curriculum to an opt-out option for parents. Now, people love to complain about the standardized testing. However, no one stops to acknowledge that the reason for these legislative imposed evaluations is that the legislature and the people who elected them firmly believe that the public education system is not providing the quality product equal to the tax investment. Even here in Fairfax County, we have children who are not sufficiently learning the fundamental skills of reading, writing, and math. Now, when I had some recent surgery, my therapist kept me from returning to work early with the wisdom that any effort not focused on healing would take away from the energy available for healing. In the same way, any effort not focused on the fundamental mission of the public schools takes away from the resources available for teaching, reading, writing, math, science, and history, without which any effort for 21st century or critical thinking skills will be wasted. The expansion of the FLE curriculum well beyond that required by Virginia robs those struggling children of resources that are necessary. Please abandon this expansion of social agendas and return to your true mission. Now, to the members of the board who believe in a higher power, I would like to address the heart of the issue. We saw last week in Charleston the true evil that can come from the heart of man. It shows us that regardless of the amount of instruction on tolerance, it is only when the heart is changed that real respect for others can be found. The greatest impact on the heart is faith and the realization that there is a higher power to which you will be held to account. To have all students respect those who are different from them, faith communities' influence in schools should be encouraged. Further hindering parental influence in their children's lives on controversial topics is perceived as an attack on parents whose faith, while commanding the honor and respect of others, does not condone all actions. By passing these recommendations and disregarding the faith of many parents in Fairfax County, you are demonstrating the same intolerance you hope to eradicate. I urge you to follow the Code of Virginia, to be successful in your primary mission for all students before expending resources on social agendas, and to respect the belief of constituents who think and act differently than you. Please reject all of these recommendations by the FLE committee. Thank you.
Todd Sedmak, followed by Rodney Brinson.
I've asked Andrea to give my remarks.
I'm Andrea Lafferty, president of the Traditional Values Coalition, a resident, thank you, of Fairfax County, and a mother of a school-aged child. first, I'd like to thank and acknowledge the weeks of work done by a team of volunteers who were instrumental in helping to expose what this school board, school leadership, and staff thought you wouldn't notice. In this process, though, we have urged the school board to keep family life education topics in FLE, protect and keep parental opt-out intact, remove all gender identity from grades 7 through 10 to align with Virginia Health and FLE standards of learning, and to provide parents with easily available opt-out information. The night of the gender identity vote, I explained to Superintendent Garza that parents were upset about the process. To my surprise, she responded tersely and claimed the process had included parents, and parents had been cut out. Parents, do you feel you've been involved in the process? Once again, I am here to express concern about the process. To the parents and taxpayers in the room watching, you need to understand over the last few days, there has been major drama-rama within the ranks of the school board, the employees, and the school leadership. They don't want you to know what's going on. To the Fairfax schools, over the course of this week, your story and your website have had more changes than a 7th grader deciding what to wear in the morning. Clearly, there is confusion in your camp. Apparently, your staff has been tracking my media appearances. In the FLE fact sheet that you slipped up on the website in the last couple of days, there's a mention of Bill Clinton. The reason I used that was because I had to get around FCC violation and couldn't say exactly what he did, because that's what you're teaching children here in Fairfax County. Parents, do you want your children in kindergarten to hear about same-sex marriage under the guise of families? No. Parents, do you want your children in 5th grade to hear about gonorrhea and syphilis? No. We want opt-outs, and we want to keep them safe. Do you want gender identity to be introduced to 7th grade? No. We want opt-outs to remain. We know your employees and the people on the the recommendation committee said we want to remove the opt-outs. We have proof of that. So we are very concerned that you have not aligned with state standards, and parents are being left out of the process. Finally, you have not done your due diligence. With case in point, the drama-rama that's gone on, whether to support this or not. You don't know what's in it. We do, because we have fulfilled the place of your staff. These volunteers have worked hard to do this. You guys couldn't produce it. You need to go back to the drawing board. Oppose this tonight. Thank you.
Rodney Benson.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing me to speak on the subject of family life educationals and annual curriculum. There are times in a leader's tenure that they must make a choice. The leaders who are remembered are the ones willing to make the right choice. I believe that one of those times is now. You are faced with opposing views. One side represents a view based on a belief that morality can be defined by humanity and taught by the government. The other view is based on the view that morality is dictated by faith and should be taught by parents. As adults, we can have conversations and debates on both sides on who is right and who is wrong. Children, on the other hand, are shaped by what they are being taught. When parents are saying one thing and teachers are saying another, it leads to confusion and anxiety. The task of teaching our children is so important that when Jesus was teaching about stumbling blocks, he said, "And whoever receives one such child in my name receives me. But whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to stumble, it would be better for him to have a heavy millstone hung around his neck and be drowned in the depth of the sea." Parents have been entrusted with the task of teaching our children by our Creator. When the Founding Fathers protected our freedom of religion, they were protecting the right to worship freely. They were also protecting the right to instill a faith as a legacy to our children and to their children. If you adopt this curriculum, you will be putting parents at odds with teachers and teachers at odds with students. We've been told for years that schools need parents to partner with them in the education of our students. Accepting this curriculum will send a message to the parents that Fairfax County schools are no longer interested in parents' input. This will have a devastating effect on funding, participation, and parent involvement. This curriculum attempts to redefine sexuality so that all types of sexual behavior is acceptable and should be embraced. This attitude is in direct conflict with the teachings of all religions and can be classified as discrimination of our students based on their religion. I strongly advise that the board does not embark on this curriculum of discrimination, the discrimination against parents and students who exercise their faith. The debate should go on, but it should go on outside the classroom. Vote no on this curriculum and let Fairfax County Public Schools focus its time and financial resources on providing raises for our teachers and enhancing our students' opportunities. Otherwise, those limited resources will be wasted on lawsuits and public debate. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this board.
Next, we will have several videos. The video testimony is submitted by Drake Wilkinson, Adam Hyatt, James Zanotti, David Miller, and Robert Rigby.
Hi, I'm Drake Wilkinson. I'm 15 years old and I'm a Boy Scout. And I was at the meeting on Thursday and I want to share my opinions on the family life education in school. And I don't want to force my opinions on anybody, and I don't want anyone to try to force their opinions on me. So I don't want to be taught about homosexuality and transgender in school. I don't want to be taught any of that. If I have to learn it, I want to be taught about it from my parents because I trust them and I trust what they say. Every time I walk into the school, I remember things that I have learned in school and things that worry me and things that I'm scared about. When I walk into school, I don't want to think every time about homosexuality and transgenderism. I don't want my mind to be anywhere near that in school. I want it to be on actual fact. I don't want to be taught about popular opinions and all these things that everyone's talking about because they scare me. I don't want to be taught about this. This makes me nervous. If I have to learn about it, I really just would much rather learn about it from my parents who I trust and love. And if school hadn't already told me about transgenderism and homosexuality, I never would have thought of anything near the subject. School isn't educating us about it. Well, they are educating us about it, but it's not doing anything about this. It's just spreading it. More people are thinking about it and acting on those thoughts they're getting because of their hormones as they go through puberty. And it's just spreading. The hormones that I have are kind of confusing as I go through puberty. I have some strange thoughts that I would rather not ponder on, but as I keep thinking about them because they worry me and make me nervous and scared, I continue to think about them, and if society just continually tells me it's okay, I'm likely to accept thoughts like that as part of who I am, and I just don't want to do that. As a Boy Scout, I have high moral standards. I believe in the Scout law, and I believe in the Scout oath, and the Scout oath says, "On my honor, I will do my best to do my duty to God and my country, to obey the Scout law, to help other people at all times, to keep myself physically strong, mentally awake, and morally straight." Our schools are doing nothing to keep our morality straight or keep us anywhere near that. So I just wanted to share my opinion, and thank you very much for your time.
I wear red today as the board has abridged our free speech in 3 prior board meetings. Is this tolerance and respect? The U.S. Supreme Court ruled just last week that government officials cannot ban signs because they disagree with their religious content. These actions are reflective of a larger issue. The sincerely held sexual beliefs are conflicting with sincerely held religious beliefs. What evidence have you that there is no such thing as gender? You have none, save your word only. But I have all things as a witness that there are such things as gender, male and female, nature, biology, religion, science, reason, and logic. Mankind cannot change sex chromosomes. If 50 to 60% of transgender believing people are at risk for suicide, why would you want to teach such a dangerous belief to children? No, your children are not safe. The November of 2014 colloquium on marriage and family at the Vatican, representing religious views from 14 different faiths, including Christian, Jewish, Muslims from even Iran, all agreed completely with each other on one another's beliefs on the sanctity of marriage and family, and these priorities cut across political, economic, and religious differences. The so-called FLECAC curriculum changes, as well as the new additions to the health curriculum, goes against the teachings and faith of most of the major world religions. The FLECAC recommendations mentions the word spiritual 6 times, moral 3 times, and values 14 times. Make no mistake, FLECAC is substituting religious values for their own. The humanist movement would put man's reasoning above that of our divine creator. These ideas are nothing new. It is as old as Sodom and Gomorrah in the Old Testament. Leviticus 18 calls it an abomination and confusion. We see gender confusion here today, and warns of the destruction of such nations that practice it. These ideas are an attack on everything most people hold dear and sacred, our freedoms, our God, our religion, and our children. Virginia state law reads, a parent has a fundamental right to make decisions concerning the upbringing, education, and care of a parent's child. The 1786 Virginia Act for Religious Freedom, written by Thomas Jefferson, 3rd U.S. President and author of the Declaration of Independence, who knew something of freedom and tyranny, said this: the act calls such ideas forcing the fallible and uninspired opinions of man on others a false religion, and calls it sinful and tyrannical, and speaks of the deprivation of both liberty and an infringement of natural rights. Today's version of the Nazi Germany description would be something like this. First, they came for traditional marriage, and I did not speak out because I wanted to be tolerant. Then they came for California, and I did not speak out because I wasn't in California. Then the wedding cake baker, the florist, the county clerk, the school teacher, what about the employees' rights? And I did not speak out because I was neither. Then they came for the children in our schools, and I did not speak out because I did not have children. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. It is time for people of faith and freedom-loving people of no particular faith to come out and stand up for our freedoms before we lose them. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for the opportunity to address you on the proposed changes to the Family Life Education curriculum. Constitutional guarantees in Virginia law establish parents' fundamental right to make decisions concerning the upbringing, education, and care of their children. You are the last line of defense for children and parents, and your distinguished record of tireless service on our behalf has shown that you take this duty very seriously. My wife and I, who are the parents of 4 FCPS students, have submitted a petition that was signed by 116 Fairfax County residents in just 3 days. The petition almost certainly represents the views of thousands of county parents and residents ready to take further action to ensure the fair consideration of our common sense concerns. It calls for you to prevent the transfer of family-centered lessons from FLE, which requires parent oversight and opt-out, to health education, which does not. 8 of the lessons the FLECAC committee proposed to transfer deal with how families are defined, structured, and function. These are lesson objectives K.1, K.2, 1.1, 1.2, and under the rubric of emotional and social health, 5.2, 7.3, 8.7, and 9.1. Despite FLECAC's assertions, the topics covered in these 8 objectives are not found anywhere in recently revised Virginia Health Standards of Learning. So either FLECAC's proposals are wrong or they are overreaching. Without any demonstrable basis for taking away parents' opt-out rights for these 8 objectives, doing so would be purely arbitrary and against the law. It is difficult to fathom why anyone would want to change something so important for our children on such weak grounds, or how they could justify doing so given the unwise precedent it would establish. It would also almost certainly lead to costly and protracted legal challenges that no one wants, and that would drain taxpayer resources we all know should instead go directly toward our kids' education. You can solve this problem without aggrieving anyone simply by maintaining the opt-out for parents on the 8 family-centered lesson objectives I just mentioned. Additionally, our petition shows substantial countywide support for efforts to teach students respect for all people without involving LGBT topics whose effects on impressionable young minds and hearts would be fraught with great uncertainty. For information going beyond the comprehensive curriculum on sexual identity and behavior already in place, teachers should encourage students to speak with parents or other trusted adults. I am confident that you will weigh these considerations judiciously and take action on the proposed changes as your conscience dictates. So many count on you to do so. Thank you.
My name is Denise Schick. I am an author and the founder and director of a ministry called Help for Families. When I was 9 years old, my father had shared with me a secret, and that secret was that he wanted to become a woman. I didn't realize at that moment what that would entail in my own life and how his struggle would soon impact me. By the time I started to mature as a young woman, he had sexually molested me, and I became even further confused. By the age of 13, I started to seek out other relationships. I needed the affirmation of having a man love me, which of course led me into the wrong path many times. By the time I was in 7th grade, I recall having 13 boyfriends. I was so in need of being fulfilled as somebody recognizing me as a girl and loving me, everything that I did not get from my own father. The struggles continued to intensify at home as my father also had a peek hole in our bathroom. It became very uncomfortable to say, I am a girl and this is who I am, to be comfortable in that skin. The enviness and the jealousy that existed in the home became very intense with my dad and I. He had started to wear my clothing as I started to grow older. I was so empty inside and seeking the love and the attention of a father, and I couldn't find that. Right about that time where I thought, is life worth going on for? You know, is there possibly a better life if my life was to end and I could end this pain? When I was 15 years old, I started to date a young man named Mark, who's now my husband. And when I first met Mark, he seemed so different. He respected me. It wasn't like he was out for sex. He wasn't out to just use me. He wanted to get to know who I was as a person inside. During this time, Mark had finally said to me, I want to know why you're so distant with your father. And I thought, how can I tell him? He's going to leave me. And Mark had finally come to the point where he said, I need to know, and I need to know now. And that was the toughest thing as we sat in the school parking lot. And as I'm telling him, you know, my father had told me when I was 9 years old that this is what he struggled with and this is what he does. He just looked at me and gave me a hug. He didn't get out of that Jeep or say, I'm taking you home, I don't want to see you anymore. Mark continued to teach me by coming back into our home.
My name is Robert Rigby Jr. I'm a Latin teacher at West Potomac High School and sponsor of the Full Spectrum Gay Straight Alliance at Westboro. I have been teaching in FCPS for more than 15 years. I have a few things today. First, some people have tried to frame the debate on the family life curriculum as being one between different social and ideological agendas. It is not. The differences are between scientific fact and non-fact. All of the mainstream medical, mental health, administrative, and teaching organizations which work with youth have established in statements and studies that LGBT people, including youth, are part of a healthy spectrum of human development. Doctors, pediatricians, psychiatrists, psychologists, school counselors, school administrators, and teachers all say this, as spelled out in the links I sent in my comments. Science and expertise are on the side of the FLECAC report. A growing body of research indicates that the individual LGBT youth who hear about themselves in health and family life curricula do better on a whole set of indicators: better attendance, better grades, better post-secondary outcomes, improved mental health indicators. The next step is to include this population in the general education curriculum, not simply family life. LGBT kids need to see that people like them have had an impact in all areas of achievement. That, of course, is a task for another day. It may have been said that 7th grade is too young to bring this up. Anyone who has taught or worked with children knows these issues come up for the kids during puberty, in other words, 7th grade. Listen to the testimony of parents and students, and you will hear that they began to struggle within themselves on questions of sexuality or gender identity in 7th grade or earlier. Certainly students have misconceptions and use anti-gay slurs in the 7th grade. The current proposals are the least we can do. The statements of the professional organizations support this. Thank you for removing the word fluid from the recommended objectives. I think that was a good change. A notion to consider for next year is discussing the concept of gender expression and gender nonconforming students. This is in line with the best practices recommended by the Office of Civil Rights of the Department of Education. As of course you know, parents may still opt their kids out of any lesson discussing sexual orientation or gender identity. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight or for submitting your videos. We are next moving on to our action items, and the first action item, 4.1, Family Life Education Annual Curriculum Recommendations and Lesson Objectives, and I call on Ms. Evans for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the school board approve recommended lesson objectives as detailed in the agenda item and as reviewed and recommended by the Family Life Education Curriculum Advisory Committee.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Smith. Ms. Evans, would you like to speak to your motion?
Just very briefly, I was happy to make this motion tonight. I think the changes that have been proposed are both reasonable and move our family life education curriculum forward. While we'll have more time to have a conversation, I am going to be brief. I think there are a few items that we will discuss moving back from into FLE from the health curriculum, which I believe can certainly be easily done if that's what this board would choose to do. Parents can still opt out of FLE. I want to make that point very clear, if they choose to, just as they always have. So there does continue to be parental discretion over areas where any parent feels that it is not appropriate for their child. I urge my colleagues to support this motion.
Ms. Smith?
I don't think I can add anything. Ms. Evans did a great job. Thank you.
All right. I have a motion, and I will call on Ms. Reed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to postpone board action on the Family Life Education Curriculum Advisory Committee recommended lesson objectives to the July 23rd, 2015 school board meeting in order to optimize transparency and informed board decision-making.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Schultz. Ms. Reed, would you like to speak?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I've had concerns and questions since this issue first came to the board at the May 11th work session. Frankly, I assumed that staff and the FLE Advisory Committee had done due diligence as they developed recommendations for changes to the FLE curriculum for this coming school year. My concerns were heightened when members of the community started to roll up their sleeves and do their own analyses. Members of the community who are paying attention are feeling misled, and I'm upset about being put into a position that frankly could have been avoided. Central to my concerns are the following. One, staff indicated that FCPS must move some items out of FLE into the health curriculum to be consistent with new state standards. This assertion has turned out to be false. As I now understand it, about 85% of the FCPS FLE curriculum mirrors the state FLE curriculum, not the health curriculum. By moving FLE material into the health curriculum, parents would lose rights to opt out of lessons. Virginia law states that parents are critical to family life education and education in general. Many parents take seriously the responsibility to educate their children on certain matters as they see fit. We must not remove that inherent responsibility from the hands of our parents. Rushing is not good public policy and does not do justice to genuine community participation. Posting late materials or offering amendments at the board table that the public has not yet even seen does a disservice to the community, this board, teachers, and the students themselves. Why are we bending our standard operating procedures? In this case, sadly, staff did not show their work. Once community members and some board members started asking questions, staff attempted to respond with a flurry of matrices, frequently asked questions, and information. I was receiving information as late as today. I received materials Tuesday on over 500 community comments received through the June 19th cutoff. That all being said, ultimately, I propose that we move the FLE material from health back to the FLE, and its opt-out provisions remain intact. And in the interest of transparency and to respect all the input received, I propose that these changes get posted prior to a vote on July 23rd. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to approve this postponement to allow emotions to be quelled and a common understanding achieved. I also urge my colleagues to join me in approving an FLE curriculum that preserves parents' rights and respects the significant public comments we have received. Thank you.
Ms. Schultz, would you like to speak to your second?
So on May 11th, which was 4 days after the board's May 7th vote, we all sitting up at the dais were in a room across the street when the FLECAC recommendation, this is the time of year when our committees present reports to us, and they presented the report. And I have to tell you, at the time, I was stunned. And I was stunned primarily and demonstrated that perspective with all of you because FLECAC, in the presentation of their report, said they had been working on these recommendations for quote-unquote over a year. Knowing that just 4 days prior, we had had a controversial vote, I was taken aback by the fact that the breadth of the FLECAC recommendations had, from what I could tell, a single purpose, which was to move large sections of family life education under a health curriculum, which would no longer allow for parent opt-out. So my question at the time was, who directed FLECAC? Who wrote the charge? And just tonight, when I ask who the liaison is, which one of us is the liaison to the FLECAC committee, and I am confirmed that none of us serve as a curriculum committee liaison, I am still stunned when I am looking at VDOE regulations, which require that a community involvement team, health advisory board, shall be identified and shall include individuals such as a person from the central office, an elementary school principal, a middle school principal, a high school principal, teachers, a school board member, parents, one or more members of the clergy, a member of the medical profession, a mental health practitioner, and other members of the community. None of us served on FLECAC. that we are getting matrices from staff within days of this vote trying to explain why FLECAC said that these curriculum movements are necessary to, quote unquote, comply with the Virginia Department of Education's health curriculum simply isn't true. So I'm faced with, what is our role? What is our role? What is our job up here tonight? And we are supposed to be policymakers. And in order to make policy and to do it well, not in political ideology, not on the fly, as some are trying to do just right at this very moment, but to do it and to do it thoughtfully, to do it comprehensively, to take into account all viewpoints, and to make sure that we are, in fact, doing what we say we are doing, which is complying with federal regulations, state regulations, somebody's viewpoint. I don't know what it is at this point, because I have spent countless hours since May 11th trying to research through staff, through the public, through state legislators, what the answers are behind the notion that FLECAC worked on this for over a year, but the state health curriculum only came out in January. So there's a disconnect at the very outset that FLECAC took this under its charge and worked on it for a year, supposedly to comport with a health curriculum that had not even yet been published by the state and would not be published until January of this year. So at the end of the day, if we do not at least defer until July 23rd, and I don't even think that that's enough time. And in fact, I've written a substitute amendment, and we're waiting for guidance from staff that we go ahead and adopt the state health curriculum because we know what's in it. It's published, we know what's in it, we've all read it, and that the FLECAC recommendations go back to the drawing board with staff, and that they continue to work over the course of this year and align those accurately between Virginia Department of Education's health curriculum and Virginia Department of Education's family life curriculum, and that we get the right alignment and do our due diligence. Then bring that back for next school year, not this one. We don't know enough.
Ms. Hines.
Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to thank Mrs. Reed for putting forward the motion, the idea of delaying. And as Mrs. Reed knows, as early as earlier today, I was ready to do the same thing. I agree with Mrs. Reed that we need to bring some of the items that have been put into health back into FLE, because I think they were inappropriately put there, and we do need to do that. I have gotten to the point, I mean, I do appreciate you putting forward the motion to delay, but I have gotten to the point where I feel comfortable that we can do that tonight and move on. But thank you very much. So I won't be supporting the delay. Thank you.
All right, any other comments? All right, so there is Ms. Reed's motion, and it states, I move to postpone board action on the Family Life Education Curriculum Advisory Committee recommended lesson objective to July 23rd, 2015 school board meeting in order to optimize transparency and informed board decision making. All those in favor? Ms. Reed and Ms. Schultz. Opposed? All those opposed? Moon, McElveen, Hines, Smith, Darnett, Koufax, Velkoff, McLaughlin, Stork, Strauss, and Evans. The motion fails. Again, I asked you to please be respectful of our business meeting at hand. Thank you. I now call on Ms. Hines for an amendment.
Thank you. I do have an amendment. I move to amend the main motion to direct the superintendent to retain in family life education any objectives that are not required by the 2015 VDOE Health Standards of Learning.
Seconded by Ms. Evans. All right, Ms. Hines, you may speak on your amendment.
Okay. It is true. A lot of what we've heard tonight is true. I think that most of the recommendations made by FLECAC, and I want to thank FLECAC members very much for all their work, but I think we did make a mistake, and the mistake is that in the recommendations, the mistake was that FLECAC has recommended that we move some family life items from FLE to health. And when you look at the website, it's a little bit complicated. I think I understand how they went the wrong way, but we have, thanks to the community, and I do want to thank the community for the efforts that they took. That is work, absolutely, that we should have done, and we appreciate the efforts that the community made. We appreciate them letting us know that we had certain items that we had moved to health that we apparently believed had to be done. But it turns out that they did not. And so what happens when you do that, as everyone has said tonight very eloquently, when we move items from FLE into health, parents lose the opt-out option. And that is a right that parents do have. It's something we do not want to mess with. So my hope is that this amendment will move those items, anything that should not move from FLE into the health curriculum, does not have to go into the VDOE standards, will stay in FLE so that parents can continue to opt their children out of whatever they do not want their children to learn. We do owe that to parents, and I think I want us to make sure that we rectify that mistake tonight before we vote on this.
Ms. Evans.
Yes, I want to thank Ms. Hines for her comments. I think she said this very well, and I think most of us can agree, if not all of us can agree, that there are some things that simply need to go back into family life education and make them open to an opt-out for parents. And now some of these things, I did go through the crosswalk, and thank you to the community. Thank you for all of you coming out tonight, both for your comments and for your statements, for your many emails on both sides, all sides of this issue. But I've looked through the crosswalk. Some of these things, I think most parents would be happy to have their children learn about things like resolving conflicts, things like appreciating family and discussing family. So I believe that while most parents are fine with this, if parents are uncomfortable with this, they should have the right to opt their children out. So I am supporting Ms. Hines' amendment, and I do hope that all of my colleagues can support this. Thank you.
Ms. Schultz.
Madam Chair, I have a substitute motion to offer. I'm waiting for the technology to catch up with us. I move to direct the superintendent to continue staff review and revision of the recommendations of the Family Life Education Curriculum Advisory Committee, FLECAC, as appear in the detailed agenda, as necessary to align with VDOE health and family life education standards, and defer consideration of the FLECAC recommendations in time for implementation for the 2016-17 school year.
All right. Seconded by Ms. Reed. Ms. Schultz.
So I'm gonna help my colleagues remember something that we often say, which is the work that we do quickly, the work that we do on the fly, the work that we do where we don't collaborate ahead with each other is the worst work that we do. And trying to identify right here at the table which items, and I appreciate, Ms. Hines, your acknowledgement of the fact that we need to respect parents' rights. I appreciate the fact that you are indicating that parents are the primary educators of their children and they have to have the right to opt out and that we need to meet them where they are. But peeling apart a report that is, I don't even know how many pages long, and all of the objectives times all of the grades by all of the bullets by all of the health and FLE curriculum standards that exist at the state level is not possible to do and do well here. So let's honor the work of the FLECAC committee, but acknowledge the fact that they missed the mark. Let's honor the role of this board to do our work and do our due diligence up front and not do it haphazardly at the table. And let's say we're going to go ahead and adopt the state health curriculum, which we know exists in a form that everybody's had the opportunity to review, and not try to peel apart individual bullets here at the table and say what is or is not going to happen on the fly. I think that we need to give staff the time and the public the time to absorb that, and for us to have our questions answered well ahead of time and not be receiving them at the board table or in the hours just before coming to the board table, and do our work in a timely and respectful manner that is collaborative with one another instead of what appears to be going on right now.
Ms. Reed, would you like to speak to your second?
I very much appreciate Mrs. Schultz putting this forward. I think that this is the best solution, that one moves us forward, respects the work that has been done by the staff, the committee, as well as dedicated members of the public who I know have been spending hours, literally overnight, trying to disseminate and understand all the material. And last but not least, also then recognizes the fact that this board does need to move on to the work of the board. We have a lot of other things to do. So I think this is a perfect solution, and I think it's pretty much a win-win. So thank you very much. I'm happy to support it.
Ms. McLaughlin.
As everyone understands, with the way our school system is structured, this school board passes policy, and then our superintendent carries out the operations of the school system. And I think given the amount of conversation happening here at the board table alone and the amendments that have now both been put in front of us, both Ms. Hines and Ms. Schultz. Dr. Garza, I would ask you as this board member, what is your understanding about what Ms. Schultz is asking, and how does that differ from what Ms. Hines' motion is? Because what's before this board is now a substitute motion, and as the superintendent, it's going to be your administration that's going to take either one of these and operationalize it. And I was wondering if you could speak to what would be the different outcome when you're looking at these two motions right now before the board.
I think at least my interpretation of what Ms. Schultz is trying to accomplish, and certainly correct me, Ms. Schultz, if I'm wrong, but this is really more than just aligning, taking some of the health that some of the FLECAC committee have recommended, the moving some of the objectives to health. It's also work to align our current family life education curriculum to the state's family life education curriculum, which is not what's been the case in Fairfax County Public Schools for, I think, a long time. So I just wanted, is that correct, Ms. Schultz? We've had a different FLE curriculum in Fairfax County Public Schools than what the state's FLE curriculum required, because you have the authority to do that. And so I think this goes beyond then some of what was discussed earlier. Am I correct, Ms. Schultz?
Mostly. You're mostly correct. The intent, because if I was going to say adopt the state state family life education curriculum, I would have just said that. But I mean, have a more careful opportunity to review the items which have appeared through the FLECAC recommendation and have a better understanding, rather than what has developed literally sometimes within hours in terms of a question and a response, that the right objectives have been identified with the right curriculum at the state level, whether it should be in health or whether it should be in FLE, and that we have the appropriate grade levels within. So it's not just adopt the state FLE curriculum, otherwise I would have just said that.
But you're suggesting that we better align it?
We better align it, yes,
With-
because there's this back
with
and
the
forth of
states.
which bullet item or which objective belongs in which part of the curriculum, and is it a 8.1 reference or an 8.13 reference or a 7.5, meaning grade levels, which one does it align appropriately to? And frankly, are we trying to force feed some of these curriculum items from FLE over into health by saying it somewhat closely appears to align when in fact there's identical language somewhere within the family life education curriculum at the state level, and it's a very easy crosswalk to place it and keep it in FLE.
So the second half of my question was, if Ms. Schultz's motion on the table is to defer all of it for a year because she wants to do a total and complete analysis between FCPS's FLE and Virginia's FLE, but Ms. Hines is, the motion that she has put forward that's now got a substitute motion to it, how do you interpret what happens with the main motion we had versus what Ms. Hines now is proposing?
Okay, now you're asking me to interpret board members' motions, but I'll try.
Not interpret,
Okay.
but the bottom line is you'll have to operationalize
To me, it sounds like Mrs. Schultz's motion essentially would be like a new committee charge for FLECAC, it sounds like. And do for a year and study that.
This may be,
I think
this
what
may be
Ms.
disappointing to some people in the audience, but
You don't think that's what-
the intent is not to redo the entire work of FLECAC. The intent is to go back, maybe with FLECAC and maybe with staff, but this is the operationalizing. We say, go do it, and then you figure out how to do it. But say, listen, these are the FLECAC recommendations. We have tried, members of the community, members of the board, members of your staff, everybody has tried to figure out where all of those different recommendations shoehorn. Do they shoehorn into some place along the continuum of education under the health curriculum, or do they fit more naturally under FLE? And if they fit under FLE, where is it appropriate that they fit under FLE by what grade? I don't think you need a wholesale redoing of the work, but there does need to be some, scrubbing of in which curriculum these actually belong and in which grade they actually belong.
Any other comments? Ms. McLaughlin.
Yeah, I appreciate Ms. Schultz giving additional clarification, but my goal was to understand from Superintendent Garza how she sees the substitute motion differing from the current motion in front of us that Ms. Hines gave us.
It's my understanding, Ms. Hines, that your motion would have, the board would adopt essentially what the FLECAC's report is with regard to the family life education curriculum, with essentially one major exception, and that is would fold all of the standards that they were going to move to, they had suggested be moved to health that are not aligned with the state health, be moved back into the family life education curriculum so that parents can continue to opt out. And it would be the 8 that were referenced by the gentleman. In my interpretation, there'd be about 12 that would need to be moved back.
So in essence, by the motion from Ms. Hines, everything that the Virginia Board of Education or Virginia Department of Education is saying is part of, needs to be in your health curriculum. That's going to be in there. If it's not part of the health curriculum, then it does remain with FLE and parents to opt out.
That would be correct. That's my interpretation of that. And that is within your purview. The FLECAC recommendations to you, obviously, that you can modify in any way you wish. So essentially be moving those 12 back.
So then I guess to my follow-up question to Ms. Reed and Ms. Schultz is, if that is in fact what the result will be from Ms. Hines' motion, where what we've heard from the concerns tonight from the community is, are you taking things out of FLE, putting it into health, removing our right to decide for our children if they're going to have those lessons? Based on Ms. Hines' a motion in front of you where we take that anything that's not related to state guidance in health, does that then address the concerns? And if not, why? I really do appreciate that we've got two board members who are helping us really understand the collective concerns within the community, and that's why I wanted to ask both of you, how does Ms. Hines' motion not address those concerns?
Well, I thank my colleague from Braddock because I think that's a good question. It doesn't resolve the concerns because, first of all, I'm watching colleagues as we sit here try to guess which of the 8.1, 8.2, how do we move these back and forth? And frankly, what you're proposing through Ms. Hines' motion is basically an entirely different FLECAC recommendation. And if we're to have a completely different FLECAC recommendation, which is, okay, 8 or 16 or 8 with 4 subpoints, I don't even know. But I certainly don't want to make that decision on the fly. If we're going to move those back, then I think that we need to reopen a public comment period and say, okay, that's what we originally said. This is what we're saying. This is what we're saying now. Is this sufficient for us to meet the concerns of the public? But we haven't ever put what Ms. Hines is proposing this evening in front of the public, so we have no public comment. So we do not understand in context what those concerns are. It also doesn't address the movement of some of the curriculum items beyond 1 or 2 grades and going down into 3 grades. And so if we don't have that conversation with the public in context, then in my opinion, we're not complying with VDOE Section 2, paragraph B, where it says that we need to have an engaged opportunity with the public, because we're really proposing something entirely different.
All right, the substitute motion that is on the table is I move to direct the superintendent to adopt the Virginia Department of Education VDOE Health Standards of Learning for the 2015-16 academic year, continue staff review and revision of the recommendations of the Family Life Education Curriculum Advisory Committee, FLECAC, as appeared in the detailed agenda item and is necessary to align with the VDOE Health and Family Education Standards, and defer consideration of the FLECAC recommendations until the 2016-17 school year. All those in favor of that substitute motion? Ms. Reed and Ms. Schultz. All opposed? Mr. Moon, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Hines, Ms. Smith, Ms. Darrenette Kofax, Mr. Velkoff, Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Stork, Ms. Strauss, and Ms. Evans. The substitute motion fails. We are back to Ms. Hines' amendment, which is I move to amend the main motion to direct the superintendent to retain in family life education any objectives that are not required by the 2015 VDOE Health Standards of Learning. And I understand that Mr. Velkoff has an amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to amend the amendment by adding the following phrase at the end of the sentence after health standards of learning, including the following objectives: K.1, K.2, 1.1, 1.2, 3.1, 4.3, 4.7, 5.2, 7.2, 7.3, 8.2, 8.7, 8.8, 9.1, and 10.9.
Is there a second? Ms. Evans. All right, Mr. Velkoff, please speak to that.
Yes, I thank Ms. Hines for bringing forward her amendment because it does get to a critical issue, which is it is not the intent of this board to take rights away from parents. I am a little concerned that the language that is brought forward is not clear enough, and I wanted to make sure that we are including specific items that have been identified to me either by the staff or the community that would take away opt-out rights from parents that are not related to directly to things that the state has mandated. These items are in the, you can find these in the detailed crosswalk, which is posted online, and of which there were 12. And then there are 3 of these that were included in the petition from the parents that were not included in that crosswalk. And so I counted a total of 15. And so I wanted to make sure that at a minimum that we're specifically identifying these items to make sure that parents have an opt-out on these items.
Ms. Evans.
Yes, I want to thank Mr. Velkoff for this clarifying amendment. I think that it helps for everyone to follow through. You can look in the crosswalk and see what specifically we are making sure gets added back in, but it doesn't mean that it will necessarily be the only things added back in, but these were things that have already been identified. Things like, identifying positive personal characteristics, the need to assume responsibility, identifying family members. I think for the most part, many of these are, as I said before, unobjectionable, but I'm happy to send them back into the family life education to give people more comfort that they have more control over what their children learn. So thank you for your clarifying amendment. I support it.
Ms. Schultz.
I wish I could put together a YouTube video of all of the times when we've attempted to do something at the table, and I have been admonished by my colleagues that that it was last minute, it was too late, it was unclear. They didn't have time to think about it. They couldn't think on the fly. They didn't have time to collaborate or talk with one another. They didn't understand the impact. There's unintended consequences, and so on. And that, I don't even know what that says right there. I had an amendment that had words that was very clear. That is more numbers than it is words. And I am very concerned that we're watching a legacy of an environment that is setting this board at odds with parents. And earlier this evening, we proudly hailed through whereases and now be therefore it resolved, a parent who had dedicated time, years of sacrifice, of family time to a school. So much so that we actually named part of the school after her because we respected the fact that she gave us time. And we're not doing the same and respecting and giving our parents time. We are not physicians, and we don't take an oath to do no harm, but certainly policy making done on the fly without consideration of the people on whom the policy has the greatest level of impact, and to do so without a great degree of care and to make sure that we are in fact representing the people who have elected us to be here. can only yield bad policy. What difference does it make at this point to grant parents and staff and ourselves the time to do this in context and take our time and be good policymakers instead of fast policymakers to hurry up and get something done? That's bad policy.
Ms. Reed.
I appreciate Mr. Velkoff and Ms. Hines and Mrs. Schultz all trying to work to a compromise. It's ugly and it's uncomfortable, but it's important, I think, that we all try to work together here. So, that being said, where we are right now makes me extremely uncomfortable with what has been proposed as an alternative to consider. For example, I know that many more than 8, 10, or 12 objectives were slated to be moved over. So what's the number that should be moved back? I have no earthly idea. I mean, there's been so much information flying around, and frankly, I have lost complete confidence myself in this whole process. So, another thing, too, as a parent, and my kids didn't graduate but a few years ago, you know, there are no lesson plans right now for parents to even access on Blackboard, right? So, you know, the words are one thing, but I think some people might like to see more information, and I know we promised that would be on Blackboard, but I don't believe it's there yet. So I don't really understand the rush to proceed. I'd rather do it well and take our time. This is important. This affects 186,000 students. And at the end of the day, I really still have not heard what is broken that needs to be fixed so quickly. I wish that we could have just tabled this whole thing and just said we weren't ready. That would have been a smarter thing to do.
Dr. Garza.
Thank you. I just want to clarify for the board. If you'll remember at the work session, it was noted that typically the board, when they have adopted FLE curriculum, the materials are not developed after the board adopts the curriculum. Because why would they develop? It takes a lot of time, effort, and energy on the part of the staff to develop materials, and if they're not adopted, it's a futile task. So this is the typical procedure. It was noted at the work session that should these be adopted, they would not go into effect until September of 2016, so that they had the year to develop the materials. So I just wanted to point that out so that the board is reminded of that information. I also want to point out, yes, we were sending information out to the board over these last 48 hours, and I want it to be really clear. We do that prior to every board meeting in response to questions that we receive from board members. We were receiving quite a number of questions over these last couple of days, and it was the staff attempting to respond to those answers. And so I want that to be clear. We'll continue to do that because that's what we're charged to do, is provide you with the information that you needed. So thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Mr. Velkoff's amendment to the amendment states that I move to amend the amendment by adding the following phrase at the end of the sentence after health standards of learning, including at a minimum the following objectives, and the objectives are listed behind me. So All of those in favor of that amendment to the amendment, raise your hands, please. That would be Mr. Moon, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Hines, Ms. Smith, Ms. Darnat Kofax, Mr. Valkoff, Ms. McLaughlin, Ms. Stork, Ms. Strauss, Ms. Evans. Opposed? Ms. Reed and Ms. Schultz. The amendment passes. We are now back to Ms. Hines' amendment as amended, and I will give the staff a moment to pull that up. The amendment now reads, I move to amend the main motion to direct the superintendent and to retain in family life education any objectives that are not required by the 2015 Virginia Department of Health Standards of Learning, including at a minimum the following objectives: K1, K2, 11, 12, 31, 43, 47, 52, 72, 73, 82, 87, 88, 91, and 10.9.
Madam Chair, just a point of order. I believe at a minimum was not included. It was in Mr. Velkoff's amendment.
Ms. Evans is correct.
Okay. All right. Let's look at it up there. So, excuse me. This is Mr. Velkoff's as written behind me, and no, what you.
Including the following.
All right.
Including the following. At a minimum is removed. That's what I read.
You have at a minimum removed.
I removed that in my script.
Ms. At a minimum was removed. Okay.
Yes.
All right. All right, Ms. McLaughlin.
Dr. Garza, I was hoping you might help provide clarity because I think it's an important part of the clarity, which is the Virginia Department of Education does require the school system to give our students the health SOL every year. So the language in front of this board is simply saying that because the Virginia Department of Education made some changes to their standards of learning and what we're going to be testing our children, where we're going to need to make sure that that material is taught so the students are prepared to take the Virginia Health SOL, that is where that will be taught. Anything that is not going to be, anything that is currently within FLE and not part of the Virginia Health Standards of Learning remains within the FLE. So the goal is that we're going to help prepare and educate our children when they take the state health standards of learning. Is that correct, Dr. Garza?
There is not a state test with regard to the health, so just to clarify. However, we are required to teach the adopted curriculum and the curriculum standards, which are the standards of learning with regard to the health. That is correct, a correct statement. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, I'm ready to call for the vote for the amendment that's up there behind us as written. And I don't think I need to read it again. I think I've read it several times. So all those in favor of Ms. Hines' amendment, please raise your hands. All those in favor. Mr. Moon, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Hines, Ms. Smith, Ms. Darnat Kofax, Mr. Velkoff, Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Stork, Ms. Strauss, Ms. Evans. Opposed? Ms. Reed and Ms. Schultz. The amendment passes. Now we are back to the main motion as amended.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to table the main motion. which is not debatable. It's not debatable.
Do you need a second?
I'm happy to second that.
All right. All right. There's been a motion to table the main motion. All those in favor? Reed and Schultz. All those opposed? Moon, McElveen, Hines, Smith, Darnat, Kofax, Velkov, McLaughlin, Stork, Strauss, Evans. The motion to table fails. We are now back to the main motion as amended. All right. The main motion now reads, I move that the school board approve recommended lesson objectives as detailed in the agenda item and as reviewed and recommended by the Family Life Education Curriculum Advisory Council and as amended to direct the superintendent to retain the Family Life Education any objectives that are not required by the 2015 VDOE Health Standards of Learning, including the following objectives. K.1, K.2, 1.1, 1.2, 3.1, 4.3, 4.7, 5.2, 7.2, 7.3, 8.2, 8.7, 8.8, 9.1, and 10.0. All those in favor? Moon, McElveen, Hines, Smith, Darnat, Kofax, Mr. Valkov, Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Stork, Ms. Strauss, Ms. Evans. Opposed? Ms. Schultz and Ms. Reed. The motion passes. I now call on Ms. Strauss for a follow-on motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move to direct the superintendent to ensure that A, FLE opt-out forms are included in all student start of school packets next fall. B, all parents are provided the link and parent view through which parents may view the FLE lessons. And C, each school will acknowledge to individual parents the receipt of opt-out forms so parents can be certain that their students will not be present for the FLE lessons.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Hines. Ms. Strauss, would you like to speak on your
It is
follow-on?
very important that those parents who wish their children not to be part of the FLE lessons are not there. It is important that we keep that promise. Therefore, I offer this motion. I know that opt-out forms are available, but I have heard that some parents are concerned that they may not be able to readily find them, and also are not concerned that they are that the school may not understand that they want to opt their children out. So I want to make sure that parents have the right to opt out, that it's easy to opt out, and that they will be given a receipt to make sure that their children will not be present, and that it will be easier through parent view for parents to view the FLE lessons. Thank you.
Ms. Hines, would you like to speak to your second?
Yeah, no, I just want to thank Ms. Strauss for bringing this forward. This is some of the comments that I also got in emails from constituents, that they were concerned that sometimes they're not sure that the opt-out form is available and that everyone knows about it. So I think this is a little extra effort we can take this time, and thank you, Dr. Garza, for making sure that all parents know that they have the option of opting out. Thank you.
Ms. Schultz.
So first of all, I want to acknowledge what Dr. Garza said earlier about staff being responsive to our questions, because they were very responsive, and I do thank them because they were actually lightning responsive, and that was very helpful in getting us information. The problem was that there were too many questions that we still needed answers to, and so there were an unusual number of requests to seek answers at a late date. With regard to this, as soon as I heard from my good colleague from the Drainsville district that this was going to be offered as an amendment, I was surprised and shared with her my surprise, because I have worked as the liaison to the Committee of Students with Disabilities, and Dr. Jane Lipp, who is also incredibly responsive on staff, and mentioned to Dr. Garza, after trying for the last 2 years in a row to affect a return of opt-out forms to parents in their fall packets, and no one on this board agreed with me for the last 2 years in a row. So the fact that it's being made now after Dr. Lip and Dr. Garza had already agreed to do this, not the last part of the confirmation of opt-out forms, which I take very seriously as a parent because my own opt-out has been violated by the school system in the past. So I appreciate that last part, but this, I find that it rings hollow that something staff had already said that they would do is now a motion and appears as if we're, and this is an analogy I've used before, it's my rocking horse analogy. Just because you're moving doesn't mean you're going anywhere. And to make a motion at this late date that appears to respect parents' rights after we just didn't leaves far too much ground to be made up. So since staff was already going to do it, it may seem counterintuitive. I'm not going to support hollow motions that make this board appear as if we're doing the work that we're supposed to be doing when we're not doing the work we should be doing.
All right. I see no other comments. So the follow-on motion is I move to direct the superintendent to ensure that A, an FLE opt-out forms are included in all student start of school packets next fall, and B, all parents are provided the link in Parent View through which parents may view the FLE lessons, and C, each school will acknowledge to individual parents the receipt of opt-out forms so parents can be certain that their students will not be present for the FLE lessons. All those in favor of that motion? Moon, Reed, McElveen, Hines, Smith, Daranack, Kofax, Velkov, McLaughlin, Stork, Strauss, Evans. Opposed? Ms. Schultz? The follow-on motion passes. And we now move on to agenda item 4.02, process for the approved budget agenda, and I call on Ms. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the school board approve the. I move that the school board approve the process for the approved budget main motion as detailed in the agenda item and update the strategic governance manual accordingly.
Second. Seconded by Ms. Smith. Ms. Hines. All right, Ms. Evans, you may speak to your motion.
Yes, thank you. You want me to go ahead? Okay. The motion clarifies and codifies the approach that the school board has agreed upon for creating a main budget motion. This is something that was originally sent to the governance committee, and we had a conversation about it, brought it to a work session, and we had a consensus that from now on what we would do, we would have the budget chair and vice chair craft a new omnibus motion after presentation of the superintendent's recommendation. We would hold a work session, receive majority support for details of the omnibus motion, and that would be presented as the main budget motion in May. So we have spent a significant amount of time on this just to make sure that every year we have consistency, and this will change language in the strategic governance manual as well, so I urge my colleagues to support this.
Ms. Hines, you may speak to your second.
Nothing to add, thank you.
Mr. Velkov?
First of all, I just want to thank Ms. Evans for your service as governance chair for the past year. You've shepherded through many things, including this one, and I'm particularly grateful about this particular action because, as you know, this was an item of considerable concern to the board that I had a particular interest in, and of course you and I served together on the budget committee Chair and Vice Chair, and I'm glad that we finally gotten this straightened out. So thank you very much.
And thank you for your work on it, Mr. Velkoff.
Any other? No? All right. Oh, sorry, Ms. Reed.
I just want to also echo my thanks. This will really clarify things and make our process institutionalized, which I think will be very, very helpful as we face a very challenging budget this coming fiscal year. We don't want to be worrying about, process types of things. So thank you very much, Ms. Evans.
All right, so the motion for the process for approving the budget is I move that the school board approve the process for the approved budget main motion as detailed in the agenda item and update the strategic governance manual accordingly. All those in favor? That vote is unanimous with Ms. Schultz away from the table. The first one and the last one. And the last one. Okay. This is the portion of the meeting where the board will confirm any action regarding issues that were discussed in the closed meeting. These issues may include action taken regarding student disciplinary matters. Board members have discussed each individual case, and at this time we'll make several motions to confirm the recommended action. I call on Ms. Smith. M1.
Okay. I move to expel a student who assaulted a teacher at school.
I second the motion.
Seconded by Ms. Strauss. All those in favor? Moon, Reed, McElveen, Hines, Smith, Darnat, Koufax, Velkoff, Stork, Strauss, Evans, with Ms. McLaughlin and Ms. Schultz away from the table. I now call on Ms. Strauss for a motion.
Thank you. I move to deny the school reassignment appeal of a student who possessed and was under the influence of an illegal drug at school and who also possessed drug paraphernalia at school, and to confirm the disciplinary decision of the division superintendent.
I second.
Seconded by Ms. Reed. All those in favor? Moon, Reed, McElveen, Hines, Smith, Darnat, Koufax, Velkoff, Stork, Strauss, Evans, with Ms. McLaughlin and Ms. Schultz away from the table. Going to M3, I call on Ms. Hines for a motion.
I move to deny the school reassignment appeal of a student who assaulted another student at school and to confirm the disciplinary decision of the division superintendent.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Smith. All those in favor? Moon, Reed, McElveen, Hines, Smith, Darnat, Koufax, Velkoff, Stork, Strauss, Evans, with Ms. McLaughlin and Ms. Schultz away from the table. M4, I call on Ms. Strauss.
I move that the teacher identified in closed meeting be dismissed from employment effective immediately.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Moon. All those in favor? Moon, Mr. Moon, Ms. Reed, Mr. McElveen, Hines, Ms. Smith, Ms. Darnat Koufax, Mr. Velkoff, Mr. Stork, Ms. Strauss, Ms. Evans, with Ms. McLaughlin and Ms. Schultz away from the table. For M5, I call on Ms. Smith.
I move that the chairman of the school board be authorized to execute on behalf of the board contracts for members of the leadership team as discussed in closed meeting.
Second. Seconded by Ms. Evans. All those in favor? Moon, Reed, McElveen, Hines, Smith, Darnat, Koufax, Velkoff, Stork, Strauss, Evans, with Ms. McLaughlin and Ms. Schultz away from the table. We will now move on to our consent agenda. Our adopted rules of parliamentary procedure, Robert's Rules, provide for a consent agenda listing several items for approval of the board by single motion. Many items listed have gone through board review, and documentation has been provided to the board members and the public in advance. Items may be removed from the consent agenda at the request of any board member prior to the meeting. 5.01, approve the minutes of the June 11th, 2015 school board meeting. 5.02, confirm the separations for the period beginning May 1st, 2015 and ending May 31st, 2015 as detailed in the agenda item. 5.03, appoint individuals to serve for a one-year term ending June 30th, 2016 on the adult and community education, advanced academic programs, career and technical education, human relations, minority student achievement oversight, school health, and students with disability advisories committee as listed in the agenda item. 5.04, approve the reappointment of Susan Quinn and Kristen Michael to the ERFC Board of Trustees for a one-year term beginning July 1st, 2015 and ending June 30th, 2016. 5.05, approve the appointment of Michael Burke to the ERFC Board of Trustees for a one-year term beginning July 1st, 2015. 5.06, authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent, Department of Facilities and Transportation Services, either of whom may act without the other, in consultation with legal counsel and the school division, to take all actions necessary and appropriate to negotiate, execute, deliver, and administer an agreement and any related documents with VDOT or such terms as they deem advisable in settlement of the petition in condemnation filed by VDOT in the Circuit Court of Fairfax County. 5.07, award the contract for the hazardous materials removal services to the lowest responsive and responsible bidders, Goal Services, Inc. and Waco, Inc., and authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent of facilities and transportation services to execute and administer the contract on behalf of the school board. Is there any objection to approving the consent agenda? Hearing and seeing no objection, the consent agenda is approved. We now move on to our portion of the agenda, new business. The following are new business agenda items. There will not be a vote tonight on these items, but action is scheduled at a future meeting. 6.01, approve the strategic plan as detailed in the agenda item, and I call on Dr. Garza.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is an exciting night. This is a culmination of a lot of work, a little over a year after the board certainly had made the strategic planning a part of a major priority of this division. So I'm pleased tonight to present to you Ignite, the FCPS Strategic Plan 2015 through 2020, which was developed with input from more than 30,000 stakeholders over the past year and a half. Its 4 goals: student success, caring culture, premier workforce, and resource stewardship, is built around the foundation of a very proud piece of work, our FCPS Portrait of a Graduate. I'm very thankful for the time that this board has dedicated to this work, and certainly all the other time and energy and hard work devoted to the development of the plan. And with that, the person who's really put lots of blood, sweat, and tears into this work, along with so many of the other champions, I think that he'll recognize shortly. But I'd like to turn over the program to Marty Smith, who will provide a brief summary of a document you all know intimately now. So,
yes,
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Dr. Garza. So about a year ago, Dr. Garza appointed me to this position and said that look at him a year from now. You'll see if he has a few more gray hairs, if he's been whittled down. I haven't been whittled down, but I have a few more gray hairs. I have noticed those in the mirror. But it certainly wasn't due to working with you all on the board and working with staff about this plan, because I think that we really did take the time to get it right. And as Dr. Garza often does, because she's so elegant when she speaks, she's taken much of my thunder tonight in her opening comments. But tonight I bring you our strategic plan, the plan Ignite. In Fairfax County Public Schools, our whole business is about making a difference in the lives of our Fairfax families, employees, and the community we serve. This plan was created to ignite the hearts and minds of the community to ensure that our students receive the best possible education, preparing them for their best possible futures. Oops, we'll come back. There we go. So the plan was established to set a direction for Fairfax County Public Schools, and we hope that the plan will also provide a framework for decision-making that builds upon a common mission, vision, and guiding principles held by the school board and the community. And we all know how we got here, but it's important for us to explain to the public how we got here as well. So as Dr. Garza shared earlier, input was gathered during the past year and a half from more than 30,000 stakeholders, including interviews with school board members and our superintendent and leadership team. We actually had more than those 37 focus groups with key stakeholders. We surveyed parents, employees, community members, and students. And we had 7 full school board work sessions devoted to the plan. I see Mrs. Smith smiling there. We had 3 school board retreats devoted to the plan. And then as staff, we had 4 separate leadership team retreats devoted to the plan. So you can see that we have devoted a lot of time to ensuring that we get this process right. I also want to share that we just held our latest focus groups just 2 weeks ago, and we were able to review the information from those focus groups and add that information to our plan as of last week. So we really do have the latest information from our community. We know that Portrait of a Graduate is at the heart of our plan. We know that if we follow all of the actions outlined in our plan, that our students at the end of the day will be true communicators, collaborators, ethical and global citizens, creative and critical thinkers, goal-directed and resilient individuals. And so here we are. These are the 4 goals. We have student success, caring culture, premier workforce, and resource stewardship. And I do want to take a moment to recognize the champions for each of these goal areas. Student success is Dr. Steve Lockard. He worked very closely with the Departments of Instructional Services and the Department of Special Services to create the desired outcomes and actions for that particular area. I want to highlight the work of Drs. Kim Dockery and Jane Lipp in championing caring culture, and of course working very closely with their departments. I was the champion of Premier Workforce as well as the champion for the entire plan. It's an interesting job to have. And lastly, I need to highlight the work of Susan Quinn, who was the champion for resource stewardship. And again, this was an effort by staff that included many more meetings and much more time than those 4 retreats that I shared with you earlier. So here's how we're structured. The plan is structured into 4 distinct areas. We have overarching strategies, we have desired outcomes, we have actions, and we have metrics. And these structures will assist us in aligning our work so that we're continuously improving in the years to come, as well as providing accountability to the school board and to our Fairfax County community. So here we are with the first goal, student success. You know, because you've seen these goals and worked with these goals very closely, that there are many more outcomes than I've noted here in the PowerPoint presentation. So I'm just going to give you a few examples of our outcomes in each of our areas. But I want to draw everyone's attention to the tagline, which is really a commitment. It's our commitment as staff to ensuring that we fulfill the work within these goals. And so the tagline for student success is that we commit to reach, challenge, and prepare every student for success in life and school. One of the examples I've noted tonight is that achievement gaps will be eliminated. And in our last work session, we had great feedback from the board, and we're actually able to place a summary of our Closing the Achievement Gap plan on page 37. So hopefully you've noted that and you can see how all the work aligns with the plan. We also took the opportunity to take that separate plan and change the language so that it aligned much more tightly with our strategic plan. We also have an example that all qualifying future FCPS students will have access to high-quality early childhood programs. And again, these are just a small sample of all of the actions outlined in the plan. For caring culture, we commit to foster a responsive, caring, and inclusive culture where all feel valued, supported, and hopeful. Actually, we've corrected that because the plan actually says we're all are valued, supported, and hopeful. And that was some input that we received from those last rounds of focus groups with our teachers and our administrators. And this goal will have an emphasis on improved communication with our stakeholders, ensuring that also ensuring that there are opportunities for staff and students to lead healthier lives. For Premier Workforce, I'll read the tagline, but I also have another tagline that you may remember from one of our retreats together. So the tagline for this is, we commit to invest in our employees, encourage innovation, and celebrate success. But the tagline that we shared at one of those first meetings was, hire the best and invest in their success. Do you remember that? And I think that if we actually do all of the actions that are outlined within Premier Workforce, we will truly be hiring the best and investing in their success. And some of the examples of our outcomes here, we're already engaged in an audit of our competitive compensation packages. So we know that employees will benefit from those packages. And we also will know that FCPS will embrace and value innovation in the future. And lastly, we have resource stewardship. And with resource stewardship, we commit to champion the needs of our school communities and be responsible stewards of the public's investment. And I think a clear example of that stewardship can be seen in our current budget task force. We've pulled together many members of the community so that they can provide input to Dr. Garza for the FY17 budget. And as we look at some of the outcomes for resource stewardship, number one being a budget decision-making framework based on financial management principles and standards will be regularly and systematically utilized. I know that we're just starting the work of identifying what some of those frameworks might look like and are using some of these strategies with the budget task force. So as that work grows, we'll be able to apply that to the work of the entire board. And secondly, FCPS will regularly and systematically advocate for fiscal resources at the county, state, and federal levels. And again, these are just samples of the many actions that we've outlined within the plan. So here we are. We've also taken time with the board to ensure that we have the right metrics in place, and each one of our goal areas has a variety of metrics and measures that you, the board, identified as those key pieces of information that you felt were necessary to make the best decisions for students, staff, and families in Fairfax County. And we've actually created a schedule where we'll be bringing those reports to you. You can see there we'll begin in July with information around resource stewardship, moving then into September, October with Goal Area 3, Premier Workforce, December, January, Goal Area 1, Student Success, March, April being that of Caring Culture, and then in June, giving the board an opportunity to assess the overall progress of the plan and make any necessary changes. Because again, it's important to note that our plan is fluid. So as with any dynamic organization, the strategic plan is an evolving document that is not set in stone, and so adjustments will be made as needed. And so as this brings me to the end of the presentation, I know that we've applauded the work of several members of the room today, but I really have to applaud your work in this process. I applaud your work in the process because I've been with you in all the retreats. I know that you didn't take this lightly, that we had discussion after discussion in small groups. We brought Hank in from ECRA to work us through. We had questions. I've had individual conversations with board members. And so it's important to know that you all see this as a new, bright direction for Fairfax County Public Schools, that you've taken it so seriously, and that we've all, I think, been able to create a document that will help us move in the right direction for Fairfax County, for our families, and most importantly, for our students.
I might want to add one thing again, just to reiterate the thank yous. I do think this is really great work. Very innovative, very forward-thinking. I think it's the right direction for our school system. I do appreciate the seriousness for which you all have approached this work. And I could say the same for our leadership team, who've worked very hard. I know we've provided you beautiful copies of the book, but I just wanted to let you know that we will not be producing these en masse. We did it for you tonight, and we've provided it to you in written form like this, I think at a couple of work sessions, because it's hard to work through it in this detailed manner without having a hard copy in front of you. But we will be providing a print ready version
That's
on the
that's-
website.
It's posted on the website today for board docs.
And I've actually had a business partner who was very impressed with the plan say that at any point we need a lot of copies of this, that they would fund it for us. So if we ever wish to have some pretty copies like this, we have a business partner who helped us do that. So we're very grateful.
Ms. Smith.
You know, it's very interesting when you start a process and you're not sure where it's going to end up in the end. There's faith along the way. Are we going to get there? And I think one of the things that I like about the plan is we are looking to the future. We're looking at how we teach reading. And there's parts of this plan that will get us to a better place educating kids. So I'm very excited about it. Thank you.
Mr. Velkoff.
Dr. Garza, very interesting that you made a mention of the business community and their reaction to this. There's an aphorism which I really don't know where it came from the business world. I think it's true. Somebody said, hire good people, point them in the right direction, and get out of the way. And I feel like we have hired our good people. That's all of you. We're pointed in the right direction. And now it's time for us to get out of the way.
Ms. Strauss.
Thank you, Dr. Garza. Thank you, Mr. Smith, and all the people that work with and all of us. This has been a lot of very heavy lifting. It's taken us 2 years, and I'm very pleased with the product. It is innovative. This is, I like the fact that it is meant to be an evolving document, which I think is absolutely appropriate. That we have our goal areas, we have the metrics, we've even separated out and acknowledged that some of the metrics are for the school board, for our decision-making process. There are many, many metrics and things that are the purview of the superintendent and educators, because there's a tremendous amount of that you all have to manage on a daily basis. We are looking at the policy level, and I think this very much leads us to that. I particularly like the Plutarch quote, "The mind is not a vessel to be filled, but a fire to be ignited." I really like that. And I know that our teachers, I think, will be delighted, because part of what they are looking for is the passion and the joy of teaching and learning. That's why they became teachers in the first place. We are about learning. And I do think this sets us in that direction very clearly. It recognizes, I think, issues that are very important to us right now. We know the closing the achievement gap, healthy life choices, certainly all the academic goals, and the fact that Portrait of a Graduate, I still really think that set us in absolutely the right direction. We are looking to educate the whole child. And that means all of our subject areas, the arts, STEM, world languages, problem-solving skills, 21st century learning. So, and I think that we have packaged it in an understandable document too, which, my goodness, how did we do that? It really is meaningful. You can read it, you can understand it, and it evolves, but I think will set us in the right direction. So I am very, very pleased with this product. So thank you all.
And I do have to say something about the packaging. Pam Martin in Multimedia and Design.
Yes, Pam is wonderful.
Has done some wonderful work along with Julie Preisler in helping us take this work and making it palatable to the community.
Yes, it's important that the document is obviously understood and believed in by all of us, but that it also is a document, a living document that is understood and accessed by the community, and certainly by putting this online, it will be that. So thank you. It's wonderful.
Thank you.
Ms. Evans.
Yes, I mainly just wanted to thank you for your excellent work and for everyone's excellent work on this. I think this is both comprehensive and it's very forward-looking. This is going to set the path for us for years to come, and in a very concrete way with measurable goals, which I think is critical to the future of our school system. Of course, I'm particularly glad that the document recognizes the importance of the school environment and student health, which is of critical importance to our parents and our students and our entire community. So I'm very pleased that it recognizes that particular goal area. So Dr. Garza, excellent job, Mr. Smith, Dr. Lockhart, and everyone on the leadership team, because and members of the community as well. Many people weighed in on this, many people, far too many to thank tonight. So excellent job, and thank you. I look forward to approving this in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Ms. Hines.
Yeah, thank you. Again, thanks everyone for all the work that's gone into this. It's really terrific. I don't think I could have envisioned this when we started. So clearly it was a group process and was not reliant solely on me, which is a good thing. But I also want to thank everyone for putting the closing the achievement gap plan right in the document, because that was one of my concerns. You know, we made this great bold statement about we will close the achievement gap, which is wonderful. We should make that statement. That should be our goal. But I think having the achievement gap plan in here, closing the gap plan in here, lets us see that we have particular drivers and targets, and we have goals. So we have some goal statements within that are right in the strategic plan, and we can say, you know, how are we doing at achieving these goals that we've already set for ourselves? So thank you. I'm excited. I'm going to make sure to send this out to the community. I think this is something that everybody should take some time and look at, just to see where we're headed. Thanks.
Ms. Reed.
Thank you. I echo my colleagues' praise. I think this is an excellent document, and thank everyone who was so involved, members of the community, the teachers, teacher groups, staff, everybody, and even board members for putting their 2 cents in. I do have a few questions, and some of these really are coming from the community in terms of what this document is and what it isn't. So I'm hopeful either you, Mr. Smith, or Dr. Garza can answer. And so the first question is there any sense of prioritization within this document?
Yes, the prioritization is reflected, if you'll see, it's reflected largely with the scale or the implementation, the phasing of the work. And so if you'll see, if the public has the document in front of you, you'll see that it's reflected in the dots and the way we're phasing that work in. So in fact, there are some items that are reflected in this plan that we already have underway. And then you'll see over time, there is a contemplation of what will happen in the future. And so I think it does represent a sort of prioritization. Although every year, as was pointed out, this is an evolving document, needs change. Conditions change. I think we'll always have to, you know, in June when it's scheduled, we'll have to sit back and say what's changed, what might we need to reconsider. I also want to point out for a lot of these items, there are actual work plans that will need to be developed. We've actually started on a few of those, such as our goal to really ramp up the way in which we're using instructional technology, such as a contemplation of a one-to-one device. And so we're looking at and already been developing some strategies and action plans, work plans, assuming that this is adopted by the board. So a lot of this shows the direction, keeps us focused as a system, but just know behind each of these actions, there would be much more detailed work that would have to be contemplated in terms of planning. And many of these things would come to you separately in board action.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm
sorry.
I mean, still, I still have a concern myself about the priorities, and maybe when we get into our budget discussions, that's when it'll become more apparent, when we start to really get into, if we can only fund one of these things, which will it be? And so this will provide the framework or the guidance, but doesn't necessarily provide the answers. I guess that's what I'm kind of getting at, and that's just understanding again what this is and what it isn't, and that's fine. And then secondly, another perception out there is, I don't know if it's true or false, but if an activity or a program is not in this document, it's not a priority and shouldn't be done. In other words, or the flip side, saying, well, we're going to continue everything we're doing, and then we're going to do all this in addition. So I want to provide you the opportunity to try to bust that myth in terms of how particularly employees should be perceiving some of these things. Am I making that point clear?
This was never meant to be a reflection of every bit of work that's going on in our system. This, as I recall, in all the many conversations we have, is really about setting and establishing the direction for the future. And granted, that we will always have to consider what has to come off the table as a result of doing some of this work. However, this is saying this is the direction we're going. It is not a reflection of everything that we're doing in the system. It does help us, though, be disciplined as we contemplate new things to do, as we make decisions around budget, as we make decisions around policy. We can always challenge ourselves in terms of the leadership discipline that will be needed to say, okay, is that reflected in our strategic plan? Because this, quite frankly, is what the board has said, I think, are the priorities of this division. At any point in time, if you all say, well, that's no longer a priority, or because of changing conditions, we don't think we can fund it, then those things would have to be adjusted on an annual basis. Go ahead, Martin.
I can also share that in our last focus groups, in both our teacher and administrator focus groups, they recognize that a lot of this work, we're already doing it. And as we implement and share information around the plan, so once you vote on the plan, that's one thing. We then have to communicate the plan, we have to implement the plan. And so one piece that both our teachers and administrators wanted us to create was to show a crosswalk between the work that we're already doing with the work that's in the plan, so that people wouldn't be overwhelmed by looking at all this information and saying, oh, this is just more work. So we will be doing that.
You just made me twitch. You said crosswalk. At least you didn't say matrix. No, just trying to add a little levity. That's all. That's all I'm doing here. But no, thank you very much. That's actually very, very helpful, and I hope that people listening heard that, because again, we still have a bit of perception out there that it's the initiative du jour. There's another new thing they're going to put on the plate and not take anything off. And it sounds like you're actually addressing that in a very proactive way.
Yes.
So I'm pleased to hear that.
And at least in my view, and I think a lot of people appreciate this, is at least now in writing we're saying what we're going to be doing or what we think we need to be doing into the future. We don't have that anywhere. So as a result of that, it seems like, without established and written priorities, everything is equally important. And I think this does at least, kind of put the stake in the ground and say, these are the things we think are important for the system. And we're going to be disciplined and not keep adding all these other things, because we like to keep any good idea, right? And so I think this will help us be more focused, and I think it will provide for the field, for all of our employees and our FCPS family. I think it will provide a feeling that we're more focused and we're not just doing every random thing that comes along. I think it will help us in that way.
Good job. Thank you.
Anyone else? Well, I want to speak. I do thank you, Dr. Garza. I thank this board. I think we all, when we came on 4 years ago, when we were learning about all the many things that the school system needs to do, and how we need to prioritize, I think we realized there was a small group of us that says we really need a more strategic focus. And I know Ms. Reed you're smiling, you're one of them. There were several of us, and at first we weren't certain which way to go and how to move forward. But I think what we've come away with today is something we should all be very proud of, because it does concentrate. Our strategic goal areas are where we need to be focused. And I think there was a time I remember, and what Dr. Garza had said, it puts it in writing, because we have some of our other priorities, like we have our legislative objectives and priorities in writing. But as a system, as a whole, we haven't had that. We've had a great strategic governance manual as to how we should govern as a board, but we didn't have this. So this has taken a long time. I appreciate all the champions and all of your work on that. I do have a question. Mr. Smith, will you be the primary manager, gatekeeper, to make certain all of these things?
At this point, yes.
Okay, all right. So we just need to know who to call on.
So maybe I'll have a few more gray hairs by this time next
You're
year.
just going to keep shaving so we don't see those.
That's right, I keep it cut low.
So, all right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we go on to 6.02, accept the passages monitoring report, and I call on Dr. Garza again.
Yes, I think every year we always look forward to this report. And I will say that I know that this report has long resonated with the school board and the leadership team. And we hope that in the future we're able to develop a more comprehensive view of our schools using this report as a model. I think we've all continued to say there's more that we can do with this being a great model for the future. And certainly a way to annually assess the progress of our students using critical passages in their educational experience as key markers. So we're really excited tonight to bring to you the passage report. So I'll turn over to Dr. Sloan Presidio.
All right, thank you very much and good evening. And I am very excited to be here with you this evening to present this report. And unlike Marty, I'm not too worried about gray hairs. I'm just glad that I still have some hairs after some of the things that we've been working on. But I know it's very hard to receive a long report at the end of an evening like this. So I'm going to try to strike a balance between brevity and substance here for you, because as Dr. Garza said, this is a very, very important report. And we only issue it annually, and it gives us that big picture look, kind of holistic look at how we're doing. So I am joined by some colleagues this evening that will help address any questions that you might have about the report. With me this evening is Mr. Craig Herring, Director of our Office of Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Irene Meyer, Office of Special Services, the Director of Instruction in the Office of Special Services, and then Dr. Kathy Oliver, who's the Director of our Office of Student Testing, and Mr. Richard Polio, who is the Director of ESOL Services. So we begin this evening, if I can get this to work, just with kind of a reminder that we've been issuing this report since 2008, and again, it's that high-level look at how we're doing and provides summary information at the division level of how we're doing at some critical passage points in students' academic careers in FCPS. We look at how they're doing as they enter the system in kindergarten, and then those key passage years of 3rd grade, 6th grade, 8th grade, 12th grade, and on into the college years. And the main goal really of the report is to provide that high-level look. But one thing that I want to mention is that it really kind of synthesizes a lot of work that we do with our Student Achievement Goal reports. And it is briefer. The narrative, if you've had a chance to read the narrative, is only 32 pages long as opposed to about 100 pages long with our SAG Goal report. So this is a more concise report. And also, just as a reminder, the information that we look at is a historical look. We look back, and then we look over a 5-year period of time. And the reason we look back 1 year is because of the delay that we have receiving our validated and approved data from VDOE. So the data that we're looking at here as our last passage point is going to all be primarily from the 2013-14 school year. So as we get into the report, I do think that this is a unique time for passages reporting. With all of the work that we're doing on the strategic plan, as we just discussed, and the continuing development work around Portrait of a Graduate, not only do we have an opportunity now to really reflect on student performance, but think about what we want student performance and student performance measures and indicators of success to look like in future years. And just to give you a little bit of context to view the report, and we have provided a few guiding questions for your consideration in viewing this report in terms of thinking about how we can use the information to inform the strategic plan and our ongoing work on Portrait of a Graduate. So with that in mind, we are going to provide information on the traditional passage points like standard of learning, assessment performance, but we also provide a look at some new measures of student success like the OECD test for schools. And then in the narrative, we provide a fairly comprehensive report on some of the really, I think, innovative and impactful work that the division has done this year on performance-based assessment. So our first passage point is kindergarten, and we had about 14,000 kindergarten students, the class of 2026, start with us in the year of 2013-14. And of course, those students come to us from lots of different places around the county with lots of different early learning experiences. And obviously, these differences in their background can impact their early learning performance. So on this slide, you can see that over 50% of the students in 2013-14 came to us in kindergarten from homes where a language other than English was spoken in the home, and about 1/3 of our kindergarten class qualifies for free and reduced lunch. And of course, these two groups are some of our neediest students and need as many supports as we can provide to make sure that they get off to a strong start to their educational career. And here on this slide, you can start to see some of the early measures that we look at in terms of student performance. We actually informally assess students at kindergarten registration, even before they start with us. But the first formal assessment that we give to students is in the fall of the kindergarten year, and it's the developmental reading assessment. And we look at a variety of factors. We look at students' abilities to process phonics, letter-sound relationships, basic word recognition, and we look at alphabet knowledge as well in the fall of 2013-14. You can see from this chart that we had 15% of our students in FCPS that qualified for intervention services, meaning that they needed some additional instructional time and that they were behind when they came into our school system. And we've been tracking this data, of course, for a number of years, and that percentage has stayed pretty constant. It's only fluctuated about 1 or 2% over this 5-year period of time. But of course, we do know student readiness is going to vary then across different places in the county. So this slide shows the percent of students that need literacy intervention services in kindergarten by the schools that they attend. So if you look at that first green bar, you see that there are 62 schools where they have between 0 and 10% of their students needing reading interventions. And of course, if you follow over to the next green bar and total that up, we would have 99 of our schools, elementary schools, where they would have between 0 and 20% of their students needing some additional intervention time, additional instructional time in early literacy in kindergarten. Now, and that's pretty standard because the reading research would tell us on average that we could expect to have about 20% of our students needing additional instructional time. But where we want to focus is more towards the middle and the right of this graph, those 27 schools, those 8 schools, and those 4 schools that have between 21 or above 40% of their students needing additional supports and services. And it's no surprise that the schools represented in those bars all have significantly higher concentrations of English language learners and students receiving free and reduced price meals. So obviously these are the schools that we need to focus our support for, our technical assistance to, and the resources to really make sure that we can support those students getting off to a strong start. So our next passage point is grade 3. And as we look at this next series of charts, I'd just like to point out that what we're looking at is composite performance on multiple SOLs. In this case, it's reading and math. And it's important to note that many of our students pass one or the other of these assessments at a higher rate than they pass the composite, meaning both assessments. So for example, in 13-14, the 3rd grade reading pass rate was 74% and the math pass rate was 70%, but the composite, the rate of students passing both reading and math, was only 60%. But I think from this chart, probably the one most concerning trend that we would notice is the decrease in that composite rate over the 5-year period of time represented here. And certainly there's not a single factor that would explain that trend, but I think there's a few things that are worth noting and spending a little bit of time kind of unpacking this slide. First, this trend does mirror the state trend, and we do continue to outperform the state average in both reading and math. Second, though, I think this trend really obviously does coincide with the increases to the level of rigor of the new SOLs. So you can see that the level of rigor of the math test was introduced in 2011-12, and you see our dip in performance there. And then a more rigorous reading assessment was introduced in 12-13, and you see the corresponding dip in student performance there as well. And we see this trend, the same trend, as the state has increased their standards and difficulty on the test at the other grade levels, but it's the most profound and most pronounced at grade 3. And I think there's a couple factors worth considering about how we might think about why that is. And the first is that grade 3 is the first high-stakes test that students take. It's their first experience with this kind of testing environment. And I have a rising 3rd grader in my household. And when I'm home in the evening and we are able to have dinner together, we always talk about, you know, what did you learn in school today? Not what did you do, but what did you learn about in school today? And whenever there is a test that he's telling me about that he's taken, he always tells me that he's so proud that he was one of the first ones done. Well, we don't want our kids to be the first ones done. It's not a race. We want them to be thoughtful and to take their time and to do their best. But students that age, they don't process and they don't think that same way. And this year, as you know, this was the first year where we had the ability to do retakes in certain subject areas and grade levels beyond the high school. And at third grade, we had the highest percentage of students being successful on their retakes, higher than any of the other grade levels. We had approximately 70% of our students who were successful on their retake. And I think that just speaks to the fact that a lot of this is, familiarity with the testing environment and becoming comfortable with it. So that's one factor I think that's worth noting. Additionally, I think it's worth noting that we have a lot of ESOL students that are represented in this data set, and many of those students have not had time to fully develop their English language proficiency. And if you look at the percentage of ESOL students at third grade, we have 30% of our third graders in this data sample of 13-14 that were receiving ESOL services. But when we get to the sixth grade slide, you'll see that only 12% of those students were receiving ESOL services. So again, as students start with us early in their career and develop their English proficiency, their scores obviously increase and go up. But at third grade, many of those students have not had the requisite amount of time to develop their English language proficiency. The other thing that I want to note here is that the testing data, when we unpack this, really does show the impact, the disproportionate impact of the changes to the SOLs on ESOL students. So in 2009-10, the ESOL pass rate on the composite tests here at third grade was 66%. In 2013-14, it was only 43%. So again, that change to the level of rigor of the test is disproportionately impacting our ESOL students. So while this trend is concerning, I do think that we're seeing increased student performance as teachers have more time to work with students and students have more time to develop their skills, and we see that when we look at sixth grade. So here at the sixth grade passage point, you see that student performance is significantly better than it was at grade 3. Again, our teachers have had that time to work with our students and develop their skills. Our ESOL students have had time to develop their English language proficiency. But again, we do see that same trend that I mentioned with the impact of the change of the rigor of the SOLs. So we'll move to 8th grade. And at 8th grade, again, the performance on the SOLs, we see that same impact in terms of the introduction of the new standards. And again, I'd like to point out that the single subject performance is a lot better than the composite performance. So the pass rate for math in 13-14 was actually 86%, and for reading it was 81%. And again, I think it's worth noting here at 8th grade that disproportionate impact on ESOL students. So in 2009-10, for 8th grade, the composite pass rate was 63%, but again, it fell to 36% in 2013-14. So we'll move ahead to grade 12, our last major passage point. And we still are using a composite index for student success here. But at grade 12, the composite includes more subjects, as you can see listed on this slide. And it's important to note here that the SOLs used in this composite index in Fairfax represent the highest level subject areas tested by the state and go beyond the state graduation requirements. So really, I think when we look at this indicator, we're looking more at a measure of college readiness probably than high school competency here. So how are our kids doing at grade 12? Here you see that by the end of grade 12, the percent of students who took and passed these 5 specific SOLs was 71%. And again, at grade 12, though, the single subject rates, now we're looking at 5, not just 2 tests, but those single subject rates were much higher. So for both the reading and the writing SOLs, the pass rate was 95% or above. Also, when we look at this composite, it's important to point out that the accelerated course-taking patterns of some of our students actually work to a disadvantage here, because those student test scores are not included in these state SOL performance results. So you can think about students who took Algebra 2 in 8th grade, and we have a fair number of students that do that in Fairfax County. Those scores are not represented here. And I also want to mention yet again the impact of the new standards on ESOL students. So in 2009-10, the ESOL pass rate here was 78% on this composite indicator, but in 13-14 it was only 44%. And that's critically important, again, because many of these tests are those exit exams that are required for graduation. Now, SOLs are not the only indicator that we use to look at student performance and student readiness. Industry certifications is another, and I'm happy to report here that you can see we've made quite a bit of progress. And I think this speaks very well for our students in terms of their abilities, their interests, and their skills and employability when they leave our system. And I would again applaud the board for all of your advocacy to support expansion of our work in CTE programs and industry certifications.
I think it represented around 17,000, something like that. Right, 17,000 industry certifications our students received. If I'm correct, I think that's pretty close.
That's amazing. So we move now to a new indicator that we have the ability to look at, which is the OECD test for schools. And again, that's the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. And we started working in 2014 in a pilot sample that all of our high schools participated in. We actually had done a pilot previous to that with a very small sample of students. But in 2014, all of our high schools participated in this test. It's a test for 15-year-olds. It's a school-based test that allows us to compare ourselves internationally in terms of student performance. And it's different than the SOLs because it's really not a subject matter recall test. It's really measuring students' problem-solving skills, critical thinking skills, creative thinking skills within the context of subject area disciplines. So what does it mean to really think and act like a mathematician or a scientist? So it's quite different. And these next series of slides illustrate our performance in terms of our international comparison. And you can see we've highlighted a few of the rows here that I think are worth pointing out. So you can see that on the reading test, we significantly outperformed the United States, the OECD average, and the Global Learning Network average. And that's the group of schools that participated in this pilot in 2014. And in fact, we had so many schools that participated in this pilot, you could almost argue that we pulled that global learning average score up. You see the same pattern. I think I skipped one there, didn't I? I'm sorry, I apologize. I had skipped the reading. So you see the same pattern on reading as you do on math. We outperform all of those comparison groups. There are some small countries, though, when you look at the math sample. Again, I think it's interesting to note, like, Liechtenstein has less than 40,000 residents, so very small samples on some of these, some very homogeneous samples on some of these countries as well. But I also wanted to point out the scales because, again, the information that we get back is so different. And I won't go into a lot of detail here, but when you're looking at these scales, it's important to note that really the OECD considers anything above a level 1 to be proficient, and it's levels 4, 5, and 6 that they consider to be advanced. And when you look at our reading performance here in comparison to the US and the OECD averages, you can see that our distribution is really kind of skewed to the right, meaning we've got more of our students scoring at a higher rate than our comparison countries. And again, it's worth pointing out that about 15% of our students scored at that level 5, level 6 rate, which the OECD would consider to be world-class performance in comparison. Math, again, same idea with the scale, and if you just look at the top and the bottom, you can see there's large variations and differences in this student performance. Obviously, at a level 1, it's talking about basic operations, students being able to take actions that are obvious, and by the time you get to level 6, we're talking about being able to conceptualize, generalize, and model complex problems, so a much higher level of performance. And you see again in math, our performance again is skewed to the right in terms of those two comparison samples. And we've got an even greater percentage in math of our students performing at level 5 and level 6. But that's not the only type of data that the OECD provides us. It also gives us student perception data. And we're able to get this information through a series of student questionnaires that are completed for each of the subject areas that are assessed. And one of those areas that we look at is student-teacher relationships, which is really critical. That's one of the areas that we focus on in our Closing the Gap plan, and we know how critical that is to student success. And this gives us very actionable information about how students are viewing their relationships with their teachers. And there's a lot of very good news in here. For example, 85% of our students report experiencing a high level of support and fairness from their teachers. Additionally, the questionnaire talks about student self-efficacy. So what do they believe about their abilities in these various subject areas? So this particular slide looks at self-efficacy in relationship to math, and Fairfax is represented here by the yellow bars. And you can see that in almost all of these different indicator areas, Fairfax students believe that they can perform very well with difficult math tests. And that's really important because when students believe that they can be successful, that's a precursor to them exerting the effort that it's going to take to be successful. And that self-efficacy really comes from the support and the encouragement of their teachers. So we turn now to graduation. And when we look at our graduation rate, it's remained very steady over the 5-year period of time in the Passages report. We look at our college enrollment rate, and again, it's fluctuated very slightly over a 5-year period of time. And I think one thing to point out when you look at this slide is that there are 2 data indicators that we look at here. The first is the National Clearinghouse data, and there's about 95% of the colleges and universities in the United States that participate in the National Clearinghouse that allow us to collect the data about student enrollment and persistence. But obviously some schools are missing. Only one in the state of Virginia, but perhaps this information might be a little underreported, and this might be a little bit underinflated in terms of our college enrollment rates here. And then the second bars in the green column represent student self-reporting information. And of course, sometimes students change their minds about what they actually are going to do. And so this information might be a little bit overinflated. So we look at both of these indicators because we think they're both important to help us really kind of figure out exactly where our students' enrollment rates are at. And then we look at college persistent rates, and here you'll see that from college, from the freshman year to the sophomore year has been very consistent. And you see that we're at a 93% persistence rate. But I think what's really important to note here is that our rate in Fairfax is significantly higher than the state average, which is 78%, and the national persistence rate at 77%. So our students are doing quite well once we're able to actually make sure that we get them into the colleges and universities. And then our college degree completion rate, again, we're looking at historical data here, so the last 2 years that we would have available would be 2007, 2008, and again, that's very stable over time. So I will leave you in closing with the 2 guiding questions that we began with, and I will join my colleagues to address any questions that you might have about the report. Thank you very much for your attention. Come on over.
All right, I'm in charge here. Ms. Strauss and then Ms. Evans.
Thank you very much for the report. This is always really very interesting. It's a complex report. I'm always a little concerned as whether or not the community understands what we're doing with this. First, I have a couple of questions. I know that when we originally designed this, students who are taking part in more accelerated work is not captured in the composite. And that does concern me. And I wonder, I really think we need to include that, because we have a tremendous number of kids who are involved in a lot of accelerated work, and that's going to continue, particularly in mathematics. And I think we need to find a way to be able to capture that somehow in this Passages report, particularly, I think, in the 8th and 12th grade reports. So I don't know how we do that, but I think we need to do that, because I think we're shortchanging ourselves. We're shortchanging our student achievement. We're shortchanging what our students and our teachers actually accomplish, because there's a tremendous amount of that. So that is a question. I have no answer. I will look to you all for answers at some point. And I think that would probably require a redesign with some of this, and we'll obviously then skew our ability to compare from one year to the other, but I would recommend that we figure out a way to do that.
Are we able to, Kathy, I know you may want to weigh in on that, capture where students are taking an off-grade level test because of their acceleration? And is there a way to pull that data back into the grade level for which they are, their age-appropriate peer group? I think that's kind of the essence of the
Yes,
question.
That's right.
Actually, what we do is we look at the students in the 12th grade cohort, and we look at whatever time in their career they took Algebra 2 or they took chemistry. So those students who took Algebra 2 early are actually included in that data.
I guess the question is in 8th grade, because we know there's a tremendous amount of mathematics acceleration by the time.
Yeah, I think it's middle school and Algebra 1. Is that still the case?
We do have some students in middle school taking Algebra 1 or geometry, but we look at any time in the student's career. We go back many years to see if they took and passed Algebra 2, and so they are included in those percentages. I think the important thing is there that they took the course. I mean, some of them aren't included there because they never took never took the course. I mean, those percentages are lower than if you look at just what the pass rates are for the actual students who took the course. But the chemistry and Algebra 2 students are included.
Right, because my concern is that we have students taking algebra and geometry at younger ages. We have to be careful that it's appropriate, but we have an awful lot of kids that are doing very well with that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very pleased to see, obviously, the industry certifications. That's excellent, and I again have to thank Mr. Stork, who's continued to press us on that. The other question that I have on the PISA and the OECD, because that is very helpful and very interesting data that we've been able to collect. Are we going to continue to be able to participate in that?
PISA is benchmarked every 3 years, 2 or 3 years. 3 years, I believe it is. So we've been looking at, it may not be a test that we want to administer every year, but we may want to have it on a cycle. So we've been contemplating, every 2 years participating, because it is a more expensive assessment, although our high school principals, now that they've experienced it, really see a lot of value.
Right.
And in fact, Teresa Johnson at Chantilly High School has kind of been one of our leaders in this, and she has a lot of in-depth knowledge about the benefit that it's had for their school. And so I will tell you, our principals would like to do it, have that kind of assessment, but we're looking at it, probably would not be necessarily something we would need to do every year. Someone
Right.
else may want to comment on that.
We didn't participate this year, but we plan to participate next year. But the last time we participated, it was $8,000 per high school, and so $200,000.
Okay, so that's not exorbitant, no, but I would recommend that we do this on a cycle, because it gives us another perspective that I think is very important.
I agree, and I think it's an assessment that's much more aligned with what the board has talked about quite a bit, because it's much more problem solving, it's interdisciplinary, yes.
It fits with their strategic plan more than anything else.
Mm-hmm,
So.
absolutely.
Great, okay, thank you very much. I do appreciate the report, and it is very instructive. Thank you.
Ms. Evans.
Yes, I want to thank you also for an excellent report. There's just so much information in here that we could delve into it for many hours, which I know we won't do. But I also, this is a great segue, because I wanted to highlight the PISA results. We're often told, Finland is doing so well, and what about, our American students? But, we're right there with Finland. In the math, we're above them. So, I mean, there are other countries we can compare ourselves with as well, but I think that's very telling. And one of the things I particularly appreciate in the PISA report is the part in the school reports where they do take into account socioeconomics and where a school would expect to be compared with where they actually are. And I think that's one thing that a lot of our tests just don't, our tests don't take into account. So whether we probably don't want to do it every year, but I think if we are on a rotation, it's got a lot of valuable information in there. So I appreciate that, and I think people should be very proud of those test scores. I did want to, in the narrative on page 6, I couldn't help but notice the description of how kindergarten has changed so much in the last 10 to 20 years, and with more and more of first grade going down into kindergarten. And I just take note of that because I think we had to be cognizant of it and wonder when we've gone too far on that. There was something in the paper not too long ago about a kindergarten teacher feeling that she was really more teaching first grade, and I don't know if you have any comment on that. If where do we stop? Are we at the point where we need to stop pushing things down? If you don't have a comment, that's fine. I just think we need to be aware of that trend.
Yes, in fact, you may have heard me mention a report that was, I think, published about a year ago, and it was entitled "Kindergarten is the New." Kindergarten is the new first grade.
Right.
In the second semester of kindergarten, largely students are expected to be reading, and that was highly unusual not too many years ago.
Right.
That was largely a function that we expected in first grade.
And I think we have,
but that's a national trend. I just want to point out it's not just for FCPS. It's really something that's been noted across the nation, and I think it's something to watch, definitely.
And I think that's also one of the things we have to be, with caring culture. We're adopting a strategic plan about caring culture, and we don't want to forget about play for young children. So just make that comment. On the report about the schools where the students need more intervention, I of course would be particularly interested in knowing a little bit more about the 12 schools, and not tonight, but if we could get which are the 12 schools where, so really I think it's 30% or more need the intervention in kindergarten. You mentioned that that's where we need to put more resources and attention, and I think it would be worth noting where those are. And I had one more question, which was on the, this is wonderful information and great news about the industry certifications. Does that include financial literacy? It does include financial literacy. So at some point, will that get to 100% just because of financial literacy? I mean, we have a requirement now, correct? And again, if you'd like to.
So I'll speak to that. It could. I mean, that would be provided, and our students are passing it at a very high rate. So I think you're going to see that. So we might want to parse that measure out in the future, so we're showing the other certifications they're getting.
I think that would be very valuable because it is kind of a different animal a little bit, So I think that would be valuable to see the other industry certifications. And just I note the 60% of students who complete a college degree in 6 years, and so I think we need to be aware that we do have a large number of students who can definitely benefit from leaving high school with an industry certification. That's just another, I mean, we know it, but I think that's just another indication that that's of great value. So congratulations on a great report. I'll be continuing to read more of the links and the links and the links. So,
Mr. Moon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to join my colleagues in thanking all of you for the great presentation. I do have a couple of questions on slide number 19, which has to do with the reading literacy test scores on PISA. And if someone could explain to me or answer me on the question regarding whether on the reading test, any ESOL students or second language learner students are included.
The testing service samples, we send them all of the students, the information on all of the students who fit into the certain age group. And that includes our ESOL and our special ed students.
So we do not exclude ESOL
one-
students from this.
No one who can take a paper and pencil test. We don't have it in Braille, for example, so if a student would need a Braille test, they wouldn't be included. But other than that, all our special ed and ESOL students are potentially included in the sample.
So when you talk about reading literacy does not necessarily mean, should not necessarily mean English literacy, correct?
In this case, the test
But
is
in this case,
English.
that's what this means. But for what I'm trying to point out is this. For some second language learners, 15-year-old second language learners, they might do better in their first language than English, which is second language, correct? So had they taken the test in their first language, score on this might have gone even higher than how they were tested in English language.
That's certainly a possibility, yes.
So that score of 523 might not be a true picture of a literacy level of this particular group of students.
True.
Thank you.
Just to add a little bit to Mr. Moon's comment, I think that's a very important consideration when you're comparing our performance against some of the other international benchmark performance where you don't have countries that have so many different languages spoken in those particular countries. So.
Ms. McLaughlin.
Again, everybody's very pleased with the work you've done and want to appreciate the time you put into it. The thought that went through my mind as we were looking at, some of the dip in performance and, looking at the fact that, yes, in fact, the state had done some changes to the SOL and that does affect it. As a parent with children still in our public schools and having watched the impact it's had on my children's education over the last 15 years, I'm really growing so frustrated and concerned for our students, because when the state keeps changing these exams, then all that does is cause distress among our teachers and our students to then have to, figure out how we're going to now have the students perform to the new material, and they make it a little bit harder, so then the kids start to dip in performance, which raises the anxiety for teachers, students, and even school administration, and we get into this vicious cycle of just teaching and drilling to the test. And I just wondered if, when you look at these numbers, does that thought come to mind in terms of, is it as I've described, that we're kind of getting stuck here with these SOLs, and does the General Assembly and/or the Virginia Department of Education understand that while No Child Left Behind and everything is very admirable with intent, the execution, I think, is going contrary to what the PISA exam is and what we're really hoping a 21st education looks like?
I think that's a really good question, and I would say just a couple things to think about. One, I think we're starting to see a little bit of the pendulum swing a little bit in the other way in terms of policy. So you think about the things that the state did this year with this SOL Innovation Committee, allowing local school divisions flexibility to not administer the SOLs in certain grade levels and develop your own assessments. And for the vast majority in FCPS, we administered performance-based assessments in lieu of those previously required state SOLs. And that allows us to start to put in place a little bit of the rhetoric that we've been talking about for the last few years, which is we want to look at SOLs as one measure of performance in a more holistic, balanced framework of assessment. And for the first time this year, we were able to start to put some other assessment practices in place at scale. not just something that, a really exceptional third grade teacher is doing in her classroom or a great team or a great school's doing. We were able to start to do that more at scale. We're nowhere where we would like to be, but it's a step in the right direction. And the other thing that I would raise, and I would caution a little bit about my comment before I even make it, because I don't want it to sound like an excuse, because we all work very hard and we want to produce results, because it's the students that are behind the numbers that we really care, obviously, about their learning needs. But I do think when you look at the dip and the changes that occurred in the state standards, you have to put it in the context of that was during the Great Recession as well, when Fairfax and other school systems were raising class size, eliminating professional development supports, delaying implementation of curriculum materials. So while you see, and you will see that dip in performance when standards are raised and test formats are changed, I think the impact is perhaps even a little bit more pronounced when you look at 11, 12, and beyond.
Great, thank you. The other question I had was, I noticed we had the data on the mathematics student-teacher relations, but I didn't see reading. Is that something PISA doesn't provide us, or?
Well, we have that data, we just didn't provide it,
the
just
slide?
in terms of the amount of information there is so overwhelming, but that's the type of information we could provide you with in more detail.
I just think that would have been one important slide to have included, just for, again, having that comparison of, you look at math in totality and being able to understand not just achievement, but also the student-teacher relationship. If we've got that slide on reading, I think it's important to see that data, because it might be very interesting to see if there's a difference, because they are two very different subjects. And, do students perceive a relationship differently when you're teaching something like a humanities and reading as opposed to math? But I did want to comment to Dr. Garza and our colleagues that I think it's encouraging when you look at how our students responded. We were very much in alignment with the nation and also with the international population. And that's good, because we are a high-performing school district, and we know that our teachers have had a tremendous amount of workload, concerns, and challenges. And so I think it's a good sign that we're seeing our students feel overall a very similar positive relationship with our teachers, and that to me was it's good to know we're in there. I know, obviously, for all of us, we want to see that bar go up higher. It'd be great to see above 80% in all of those questions that they asked. But to me, that was really important, because I think, again, what we hear from our students and our families is students will feel more positive about their learning experience if they feel that they've got caring educators. And so I think it's a good sign for us. And I wanted to spotlight that this evening. And then the other thing that somebody brought up, and it was again on slide 7, when Ms. Evans was talking about the number of schools by percentage of students identified for intervention. So when you look at those where 30% or more are being identified and needing intervention, I was doing the math and it showed 138 schools. So 12 out of the 138 is about 9%. I mean, that's a really good, encouraging statistic, in the sense that if you look at how we know through research and data that with poverty comes greater challenges for being kindergarten ready. And so the fact that we know we've got kindergartners coming in at 34% or more being registered as free and reduced lunch, and yet really you're only seeing about 9% of your schools. You would see if we were looking at a direct relationship there, we would have had far more of our elementary schools. Am I interpreting that slide correctly as encouraging? Do you see that?
Well, I do think it's encouraging, and again, we can provide you even more information on this. But I think you can look at a number of different factors there: the expansion of early childhood, going to full-day kindergarten programming. I mean, there's a lot of things I think that we can look at there as indicators of good work that the board's been doing. Project Momentum, again, is another initiative where we're trying to support those schools as much as possible. So I think there's a lot of good work that's happening on the part of the school system there.
Well, again, thank you for creating a report that I think is very, readable and accessible, and it's efficient in its delivery of information. So thank you.
All right, next is Ms. Schultz.
I just something very quick. Ms. Evans had commented about the financial literacy component and whether we'll get to 100%. And I have to envision that can't ever happen because we have students who effectively clep out by other courses, right? I mean, so they're taking financial literacy through the acquisition of knowledge through some of our higher level courses, correct?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. I would say, I think Ms. Evans brings up a really good point, though, that we need to start to kind of disaggregate that data set so we can show which students are meeting that by a CTE course, a financial literacy course, in some different areas. So, but you're 100% correct.
Right, but would you also disaggregate the kids that are able to meet that requirement through another curriculum option?
We certainly could do that, yeah.
That's it.
Yep.
Okay, Ms. Hines.
Thank you. Yeah, I have always liked passages. I think just the structure of it is so good, and I'm really glad that we're sticking with it. And I see, improvements in the data that we have in here too, which is really exciting to me too. It's good to have a good structure, but if the data isn't all that meaningful, then it's not worthwhile. And when we look at the OECD data, the PISA data, I think it shows how the so-called increased rigor of the SOL test is just not really what they claim that it is, right? Because the PISA test actually does increase the rigor and ask the kind of questions that we want to ask. It measures the things we want to teach, right? And these new SOL tests just simply don't. And I think we see that in the different measures. So I'm very glad that we're continuing to do the PISA data. That we put in high school graduation and beyond, I think is great as well. That's a data point that people in the community want to watch. And I just, one of the things, and I know this is not, you were trying to keep this really brief for us, and I get that. In some way, I think we should always consider disaggregating some of this by our socioeconomic groups, so just a thought for the future. And then I did read the narrative on performance-based assessments, and that's exciting. And that to me is, the state is beginning to allow us to replace the SOL test with that good stuff, and so eventually, I guess the idea is that we can have this in passages as well. But just reading the narrative, I guess we're kind of on the cusp of making that something that's across the system. We don't really have any data to even begin showing on that, I suppose. Is that right?
I think the closest we have is the Global Awareness Technology Project that is systematic, and some of the things we were doing with the fine arts assessment. We are doing some things with world languages. Our PALS assessments really does that performance part of speaking. So we have some things in place, but if you're starting to talk about the core subjects, we're just starting there.
Just to add a little bit to what Craig said, when you think about the Global Technology Awareness Project or the fine arts, we've standardized the task so then you can use it and compare performance. We didn't standardize and require tasks. We created tasks that could be used, but we didn't require that the same task be used at grade 3, for example. We created more opportunities for professional judgment, professional autonomy in the schools, while giving support and training and examples.
Well, I know, and so good assessment doesn't happen overnight. It takes a while. We know that.
Well, we've had to provide quite a bit of training this year because, as you know, being an educator, it really takes a different kind of skill, and we really have to invest in that development so they know how to develop them, those different kinds of performance tasks. So there's been quite a bit of training that's been done this year, and that's continuing.
Great. Well, thank you so much. This report just makes me feel like we're on the right track and we're getting there. Thank you.
Mr. McElveen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's getting quite late. And unfortunately, this was overshadowed tonight because I do believe this is the most important thing we do each year. And I would say, oh my goodness, what an improvement over the presentation last year. And I do want to thank you for really making it fact-based. This is how it should be presented, just the facts, and let them speak for themselves. No need to pretty it up. And just with regard to the piece about PISA and our location next to Finland in the ranking, as we know, Finland is receiving more and more immigrants. Their population is slowly becoming less homogeneous. I don't think they will ever look like us, but if they do, I am most certain that we will come out higher than them on the list.
Mr. Stork.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, I forget. The high school on-time graduation rate, that does or does not include folks who graduate in summer school, as well as folks who graduate in the next semester. In other words, it's a 4-year deal. So when does that 4-year time frame, and I know it's a Virginia Department of Education definition, but I just don't remember what it is, and I'm just curious of what it includes. And whether it includes, I don't think it includes GEDs as well. So
the Virginia on-time graduation rate includes anything that Virginia recognizes. So it does have some credit for GEDs, and it does include summer graduates. And it will become available after, in the fall, after the summer graduates data is available.
So this criteria includes GED as long as you do it within 4 years of your traditional education, as well as includes folks who graduate in summer?
There are lots of things about the Virginia on-time graduation rate that are different than the federal graduation indicator. And one of the things that is different is that if you're an ESOL student or a student with disabilities who has a plan to graduate with extended time, they move you from one cohort to another. So it's not,
so 4 years can mean 5 years or 6 years.
5 or 6 if you're an ESOL or special ed student who has, plans in place and you're moving forward with those plans.
So it's a more liberal definition of graduation?
Definitely, than the federal, which only looks at standard and advanced diplomas. Much better.
Well, I think it's a positive. I'd rather see I don't expect that all students will graduate in 4 years, and I think the objective is that they graduate within, in the case of Virginia, before they turn 22, because that's when they lose the right to free education. So I'm pleased to use that. And on the college side, the numbers here that you have, college enrollment within 2 years after high school, these are for all FCPS students, or these are just those folks who, I'm going to ask this on this slide as well as the next slide, those folks who were not going to go into the military or going to the workforce or something else, meaning enlisting, going in and starting to serve right away, not in a college. I'm trying to get a sense of what this number means, I guess, is what I'm asking.
We send to the National Student Clearinghouse information on all our graduates, and they collect information from most colleges, not all, which is why we'd say that this number is an underestimate. I mean, because both schools and individual students can opt out, but anyone who graduated in the graduating class is, included in the information.
So I graduate from high school, FCPS high school, and I don't go into a 2-year college, so I would not be registered at all as part of that 2-year number. So I would not be included in this persistency rate because I never went to college to begin with.
For the persistence rate, that's true, yes.
But if I do go to college, then, and even if it's just the first semester, I'm counted in some way or other. And if I don't stay, then I'm obviously one of the 7% or 6% or whatever the number is for that particular year that's not maintained or not followed through, not persisted for 2 full years.
Yes.
Okay, and then the last one, because I talk about this in the community oftentimes, and I want to make sure that I'm stating it accurately, and I guess I'm concerned that maybe I'm not. It says here on slide, it's on slide 31, that college degree completion rate is 60% for FCPS average in 2007 and basically 60% in 2008. And that's 60% of the whole, of all our graduates for that particular cohort of graduates, or that's just, help define it for me, I guess. Maybe I should ask the question and let you tell me what I should understand from it.
I would have to look to be able to define it with certainty. I would have to check. I believe it's of the students who enrolled in a 2 or 4 year college, what percent completed their college degree within 6 years. But I would like to, I'd like to take a look at that. And if they completed their 2-year degree at a junior college, they would be counted as having completed a degree.
Oh, well then, because what I say generally when I'm talking to the public, particularly talking to parents in FCPS, is I say more than half the kids in FCPS alone will not graduate from a 4-year college. So it would appear that that's accurate. Obviously, it's even less so in other school districts, but since we have one of the higher graduation rates, even in our school system, less than half people. So that's part of my argument with parents, at least, about why their kids should be taking career technical education classes and getting certifications, because it gives them something that they can call on and get frankly, a better paying job than what a minimum wage job would be, which only goes to my other comment point, and thank you, Janie, for your comment, but something I do deeply appreciate is our focus in our development of career technical education students and their, I guess, frankly, their industry certifications. I think we ought to be doing more of that, and I'm looking for ways to encourage that more. But the numbers that I've gotten from them say that that's more than 14,000 students total, more than 17,000 certifications, more than 14,000 students have benefited from this in a particular year. So it's more than just the number of kids who are in a senior class, and there can be multiple, obviously we have multiple certifications in areas. So those are, I think, that to me is one of the most important pieces of data we need to keep in front of parents, because it helps them to understand that, their students need stepping stones. It's not just a matter of jumping into the college world and somehow you emerge on the other side as an educated, able student, but that you need the stepping stones to a career, and obviously certifications, as we were seeing here and seeing that go up, can help students walk that path and get to something that can be valuable to them long term, and ultimately lead to a college education if that's where that path leads them. So I think this is great to package this together, and the passages are truly, I think, what helps us to see the bigger picture of what we're trying to achieve with students and kids and where they're trying to go, I guess. So thank you.
Mr. Velkoff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to offer initially a perhaps contrarian view about the publication, because I really like this one, and I was really pleased that, of course, we're not printing 200,000 of them, but a limited number is good. And I would not be opposed to having the passages report in a form like this personally, and then have it available in limited quantities, for instance, whenever Dr. Garza goes out and meets with business people, because I think it tells an extremely valuable story. So I don't want to give up on the value of a printed version of this. I have a couple of thoughts. First of all, about PISA. So we had the PISA test done, as you pointed out, Dr. Presidio, a couple of years ago, or I guess it was last year. Gosh, it feels like a couple of years ago. Is that something that we are going to be engaging on in a periodic format? Does that happen every couple of years, or is it really currently sort of an ad hoc thing? And what do we need to do to make that a regular, at least periodic feature of our assessments?
So there's obviously a fiscal cost associated with administering the test, and it's significant. Additionally, the test is kind of renormed every several years. So currently, we've talked about being on a 2-year cycle, but given the fiscal, costs associated with administering the test, I think that's probably going to be part of the conversation that the board will want to have in terms of what are some of the assessment measures that you want to see included in the future. But again, the schools really value this information. It's very actionable for them, not just in terms of the academics, but also the relationships that they have with their students and their staff. So there's a lot of value, there's a lot of excitement about the test, but then again, there are other considerations like cost.
Can you give me an order of magnitude of the cost? Are we talking about hundreds of thousands or millions? What's the range of cost here?
Well,
the last year we participated, it was $8,000 per high school, which was $200,000. We got sort of a discounted rate, and I believe that even at that time, many school divisions were paying $11,000. I don't know what it will be this. We hope to participate this coming year, and I'm not sure exactly what it will be, but I suspect it'll be more like 11 or 12,000 per high school.
Right. So to paraphrase Everett Dirksen, 10,000 here, 10,000 there. Pretty soon you're talking real money. Another question I have, not being an educator, is NAEP. We, I assume, give the NAEP test. What do we do actually with NAEP? What is our participation with that right now?
We participate in NAEP, but we don't get any division or school level data back. We're required by the Virginia Department of Education to participate. They select schools each year. We just recently got a list of the schools that would participate in NAEP next year, and also those that would participate in Pearl. And I'm sorry, I don't remember what Pearl stands for. But they're both required, but we don't get any school level or division level data.
Is that because of the way the whole thing is done? Is it completely a national survey where there's no way to look at that data and compare our individual division or even schools with what's going on nationally? I'm ignorant, so please educate me.
It's only a sample of our schools that are included. They're looking for a sample that's representative of Virginia. Virginia gets information back, but there's not enough information. My understanding is that you can pay to oversample for NAEP and perhaps have division level data, but the last time we looked at that, it was very expensive.
Okay, so I'm going to ask, and maybe you don't have the answer off the top of your head, but I would be interested in knowing what does that cost. Again, is it tens of thousands, is it millions, whatever, but I certainly would be interested in knowing what the cost barrier is to getting more of that kind of information, which is sampled and national, et cetera. So thank you for helping me know a few things there. The last thing I wanted to just emote about, I guess, is, Ms. McLaughlin had a very interesting line of questioning about the interventions in kindergarten and the number of schools affected. And I guess what strikes me is, we have 12 schools at 31% or higher, and then we have a total of 39 at 21% or higher. So that's, by my rough calculation, that's 20% of our schools and then 8%, so approximately 28% of our schools. And I think what that illustrates is, of course, a feature of a modern American society, which is the concentration of poverty, right? I bet I could predict where most of these schools are. And that's a feature of our society that we can't be very proud of, but it's bigger than the school system too. So anyway, like I said, forgive me for just emoting one more time on that topic, but that sort of jumped out at me. Thank you.
Anyone else? Ms. Reed.
Thank you very much. I think you've heard from just about everybody now that this is our favorite, and I wish that we all could have some caffeine so that we could keep talking about it. Yeah, at least one board member is, but it's such, not only is it a good presentation of information, but I think it brings things up to a high level for us and gets us out of the weeds, and it's very helpful and illuminating for the public, for the business community, I think, just to answer the question, how are we doing? So I appreciate that, and I guess I'm back to this issue of what it is and what it isn't. And it isn't the details about achievement gaps and things like that. I mean, that's not the purpose of this document, right? It's more the high level, as you say, in the passage points, right? So I think that that's probably just a point of information that we need to tell people right off the bat, you know, to kind of market this appropriately, because I think it is very, very good. And my only wish would be that in the supplemental material that maybe you would provide a little more information for those of us that might like to have that. I think someone else had talked about that. You know, there's a little bit on disaggregating some of your composites, but anyway, that's just for another day. And then the last point, back to the PISA. I wonder if we can't ask the state if we can use that as a substitute test. You know, to somehow get a waiver and say, look, this is something that measures the kind of skills that we think are more important than perhaps, you know, some of the other things that we're measuring. So do you have an immediate reaction to that? Is that something that's worth considering and trying to advocate for?
I think it's possible. Again, I think that's really kind of the function of that SOL Innovation Committee that was formed last year, is to look at what additional options really exist for alternative assessment paths, and looking at substitute tests certainly was something that the committee began to do have some discussion on. Looking at student sampling was another topic that they have begun some work on. So I think it's really important for us to focus in terms of how does that work develop this year, and if there are certain policy changes that we really want to advocate strongly for, to make sure that we're doing that. So we've had a seat at the table in the initial conversations, and we'll continue to do so. So I do think it's possible.
Well, that's terrific. That's encouraging, I think, for a lot of people. And then last but not least, you had teed up some guiding questions, and none of us addressed those because everybody had other things they wanted to talk about. So I just wanted to provide you an opportunity, if you had any initial thoughts, you or the staff that have also been so kind to stay here after 11 p.m. at night, about how this information might shape the strategic plan or the portrait of graduate work. Do you have any immediate comments or thoughts for the board, since you're obviously much closer to this information than we are?
Well, I think the board has done some really good work, obviously already thinking about the measures that you want included in the strategic plan. I think the next part of that, though, is thinking about how do you want that information presented. So the passages report has been, I think, very useful to the board. We've continued to get good feedback about it. What type of information from passages might you want included in future strategic plan reporting? How would you want that information presented and included in the future? The work around Portrait of a Graduate, I think, again, it's kind of trying to prioritize some of the assessment work that we do in the division. So, you're always balancing cost and workload versus the information that you get back from the assessment. But, we've started on this path to really trying to do more work around performance-based assessment, and we had some questions this evening about could we start to use some of that at more of a division reporting scale. So starting to just continue to have those conversations, I think, with the board would be really good. And, our folks are very, very excited about the work of the strategic plan, I can tell you, both in the schools and in central office. And the work around Portrait of a Graduate, again, is I think really helping us as we think about curriculum innovation, assessment innovation. So just really thinking about where you want us to focus, prioritize, and how you want some of the information presented, I think would be helpful conversations for us to continue to have.
Thank you all very much.
Anyone else? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
To refresh everybody, we are on new business. That was new business item 6.02, Remember, new business agenda items, there will not be a vote on these items, but action is scheduled at a future meeting. So 6.03, approve the appointment of Marty K. Smith, Chief of Staff to the Educational Employees Supplementary Retiring System of Fairfax County Board of Trustees for a one-year term ending June 30th, 2016. And 6.04, rescind policy 9003, opportunities for individual assessment. We are next going to move on to agenda item number 7, and that is Dr. Garza, Superintendent Matters.
I have to pass.
All right, thank you. Next is our board reports, and I will start with the June 15th meeting of the Governance Committee with Ms. Evans.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. We did several things that we're going to bring to you with more detail at the July 13th work session. One was we did do a little bit more work on the retreat schedule, and one of the things we did was add back in advocacy on assessment and accountability, so we're going to have a short discussion of that so we can get that moving. We also added in there to make sure that we had superintendent and board priorities. That's something that we really need to take care of. So that's what we did on the retreat. We also were tasked with creating an advisory committee revision timeline, not the substance of the revision, but a timeline for getting the substance. So we will bring that to you as well to the work session. And we had been, the Title I Advisory Committee asked us to make certain changes in the strategic governance plan. So we have approved what they had asked us for, and so we will be bringing that to you as well for language changes in the strategic governance manual.
Thank you. And I now call on Mr. Moon to give us a report for the June 24th Audit Committee.
Yes, thank you very much. Just briefly, yesterday on June 24th, Audit Committee met and discussed, first of all, evaluation of the Auditor General, once we hire one. And we also discussed the status of the current audit work. We further discussed a business process turnover audits of 5 schools and contract management audit. We also discussed the selection process for adding community members to the School Board Audit Committee, and we have a schedule for a discussion by the entire board on June 29th, which is on coming Monday. And the last discussion topics was a FY 2016 audit plan that is scheduled for new business on July 9th. And we have a full-day work session on this on July 13th, with action to be taken on July 23rd.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Next agenda item is Board Matters, and I will start with Ms. Schultz.
I just want to say that we just had a incredible graduation season. Some incredibly good, some incredibly interesting. And I know that Dr. Garza and her staff are going to look at some of the parts that were more in the interesting category, but I have a list in my head of my personal favorites. I have favorite chairs, favorite color guards, favorite most enthusiastic parent communities. But just overall, what a phenomenal season. You know, I hope that all of the FCPS students that are headed off to work and college and everything this summer carry with them a little piece of us as they go and have a very, very successful summer and post-FCPS plans.
Ms. Evans.
I just want to say that I very much enjoyed the graduations that I attended as well. They all went beautifully, and congratulations to all our graduates.
Board Matters. Ms. Strauss.
I do want to congratulate all of our graduates and also my grandchildren who've progressed from kindergarten to first grade and from second grade to third grade, and my kindergartners are all reading very well. I'm very proud of them.
Mr. Stork.
Thank you. I'll share the congratulations on the graduations, but also I would like to thank staff for putting together a wonderful STEAM night at Whitman Middle School. And STEAM, for those of you who may not be familiar, is science, technology, engineering, the arts, and math. And we have a new STEAM curriculum that's being introduced in the pyramid. And really, it mirrors the work that has been going on there for many years with STEAM grants from the Department of Defense and trying to encourage more students to be involved and get involved. And I think it'll make a huge difference in the pyramid. There was a great turnout, a lot of interested parents. And I think that's the way you build energy, build enthusiasm, and you really make a culture different. And I think there's a lot of potential there. And I thank Dr. Garza and staff, Debbie Tyler, et cetera, for making that happen.
Ms. McLaughlin.
I wanted to let all of the graduates in Bragg District know that very excited for them and their families. I hope they had a wonderful celebration. Normally I am able to attend Lake Braddock and Robinson, but due to my own son, the graduate, who had some last-minute health issues, I missed them this year. And but I know Ms. Schultz was there and certainly able to, and many of my other colleagues too. And it's wonderful knowing that our board is so well represented at these graduations every year. I also wanted to share with my colleagues that on Tuesday, as you might have seen from a prior email that came in, that the CDC did give us a debrief on their EPI-AIDS report on Fairfax County and our suicide rates in the county, as well as attempted. It's a very comprehensive report. There was about probably 25 of us who had worked on this effort in some fashion, and so in the debrief we were talking about some of the recommendations that came from the CDC. I will be following up with Dr. Garza and then all of you, because there is some concern about the approach that the CDC took, but I think the county did what it could with the decisions that were made. And overall, I would say, Dr. Garza, that the good news is through the youth survey results, as well as the incredible participation of your staff in our schools that were selected to participate, as well as other data points. I think that there's a lot of good information for us to learn about student stress in general, and how we can continue really great efforts on the part of this county to reduce suicide attempts as well as suicides here in Fairfax. So yeah, I feel like we're at least moving in the right direction with that, but it's a lot of information within that. And I also appreciate Dr. Garza, your team's efforts to try and make this report available. Some jurisdictions choose to just keep it private, and FCPS's decision to try and really allow other communities around the country to benefit from this EPI-AIDS, the epidemiological analysis, will be, I think, also helpful to areas throughout the United States. So, and just I also want to tell my colleagues, thank you for your wishes about my father. As my colleagues know, he passed away last Thursday, and he was an educator for over 20 years and highly influential in my life, not only as his daughter, but in really instilling that passion for me for public education. And so, well, I'll miss him dearly. I hope I will get a chance to continue to honor the great work that he did when I was growing up, and what he taught me mattered most, which is to help children create a lifelong love of learning, and to help our educators understand how valuable they are to creating a very strong society.
Mr. Velkoff?
Speaking of graduations, I did want to say that I was able to attend a dozen, and of course that means, compared to my colleagues, Mr. McElveen and Mr. Moon, that I'm a sloth. However, having said that, I did want to say that I heard many fine speeches, but I wanted to single out Edison High School. I felt like I hit the trifecta there. There were 2 students and a faculty member who, in my opinion, gave the 3 best speeches at that school that I heard throughout the county.
Ms. Hines.
I will pass tonight.
Mr. McElveen.
Thanks for cheering me up, Mr. Velkoff. Moonshine and I did tie this year at 24. More than 48 hours sitting over a couple of weeks. I definitely have some exercise to do and catch up on. But it is an honor to tie with you. We went to graduations anywhere from 7 students at the practical nursing graduation to 700 at some of our high schools. It's always incredible to see the vast diversity of the different programs we offer.
Ms. Reed.
I'll be brief because of the late hour. Wanted to let the folks from Freedom Hill and Vienna Elementary know that we'll be posting some materials on their websites as a result of the community meetings that Ms. Hines and staff held. So take a look for that. And also just loved the graduations. Hope people enjoy their summers. I hope they can rest and recharge. And we'll see everybody back in the fall.
Mr. Moon.
Since we've been, many board members have been talking about graduations, let me just add that as far as graduations are concerned, it feels always good to be able to keep up with a young school board member such as Ryan McElveen.
Thank you. And with that, this meeting is adjourned. Good night.